Hello everyone, Omni Sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as the Ultimate Iron Man? Part 6. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
The second FTL jump ended with a ripple through space. The ship stopped close to Mercury, the engines humming softly as they stabilized its orientation. The cockpit lights adjusted instantly to compensate for the overwhelming brilliance outside. Every window darkened with high reactive tint layers, shifting automatically to protect the crew's eyes. Even then, the light pouring from the star before them was unlike anything they'd seen. They were here. And the sun filled the sky. Massive. Blinding. Alive. Flames rippled across its surface in colossal arcs. Solar flares curled out like reaching hands, each one larger than entire planets. The corona shimmered like a white halo stretched across space. Even from this distance, the sheer presence of the star was suffocating. Inside the command deck, silence fell over everything. No one moved. No one spoke. Johnny sat forward, mouth half open, his visor lit up with tracking data. Holy! He trailed off. Susan stood by one of the side panels, hand resting lightly on the bulkhead as she stared through the adaptive shielded window. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Violent, but beautiful." Ben didn't say a word. He was sitting near the navigation console, hands clasped together, eyes fixed on the burning sphere outside. The fire reflected faintly in his pupils. Tony stood at the helm, fingers resting lightly on the control surface. His heart was pounding, but his voice stayed steady. "We did it." He brought up the system diagnostics. "Hermes, run a full structural integrity sweep. Confirm hull temp stabilization and nanite shell behavior under current radiation levels." "Confirmed," Hermes replied. "Hull is holding at 99.9% efficiency. Nanite we've adapting. Temperature within tolerance range." The ship floated calmly now, angled to shield itself from the worst of the direct solar wind while remaining close enough to run their tests. Tony tapped a command. A new screen opened. Complex data points. Unfiltered readings. Energy waves, the likes of which had never been mapped so closely. "Activating cosmic radiation scanner," he said. He used the radiation from the tesseract in his mind stone to create it. The ship's lower panels began to shift. One by one, plates opened to reveal a circular array built deep into the belly of the vessel. Light sensors, pulse meters, graviton counters, and a prototype particle web unfurled like a flower, facing the storm of energy ahead. The scanner lit up. Radiation spectrum mapping initiated, Hermes confirmed. Collecting solar wavefront data. Unknown particle streams detected. Data scrolled across the screen at speed. Red, orange, and violet bars shifted rapidly. High-frequency waves. Exotic energy signatures. Tony narrowed his eyes. These aren't in the known cosmic background spectrum. These particles, they're behaving like, they're thinking. Susan stepped beside him, her tablet already syncing with the main feed. "They're skipping across dimensional phase shifts. They're partially phased in and out of our timeline. That's why we couldn't see them before." Johnny leaned forward. "Are you saying these particles exist, between seconds?" Susan nodded. "Maybe even outside of what we define as time and space. Such a scenario could explain mutation irregularities. Power anomalies. Everything we've seen and never understood." Ben stared at the screen, his usual calm giving way to awe. "So this is it. This is what we came here for. Still feels like a dream, doesn't it?" Tony said. They stood together in silence as the ship continued to scan. Outside, the sun raged. Energy pulsed outward in waves older than civilization. Every second brought in a new stream of information. Radiation types they didn't even have names for. Fluctuations that defied current astrophysics. Entire pockets of data where the laws of relativity bent like paper. "Begin recording sequence," Tony said. "Isolate all unknown streams. Start simulation predictions for long-term biological exposure." Hermes responded instantly. Simulation model building. Estimated time to full predictive breakdown, 2 hours, 14 minutes. The scanner kept pulsing. The data kept flowing. And for the first time in human history, someone was finally reading the truth written in the light of a star. 3 days later. Inside, the Starfire had become a working lab in motion. On the command deck, a glowing sphere hovered above the center console, an active model of the sun's outermost corona, rendered in real time from live data. Radiation currents swirled inside it. Unknown particles traced long arcs, pulsing with color the moment they entered high-energy states. Tony sat on the main console platform, sleeves rolled up, surrounded by floating displays. "Waveform resonance has stabilized," he muttered, fingers moving across the hollow panel. "We're finally getting consistent readings on those phase flicker particles." Sue stood beside him, her hair pulled up in a bun, a datapad in one hand, a stylus in the other. She was reviewing energy anomalies, cross-checking scans from the ship's radiation grid against her own notes. "They're looping," she said. "Every 26 hours, the exact same fluctuation occurs. It's not random. There's a rhythm. Like everything is alive. The energy, the sun. It's unexplainable." Tony paused, glanced at her, then turned toward the sphere. "I thought the sun was chaotic. But this." He ran a diagnostic trace through the waveform. The pulse came up again, 26 hours on the dot. It's structured. Somewhat predictive. It could be used to generate a time-lock field, or even stabilize dimensional portals if we can somehow harness this limitless energy. Sue raised an eyebrow. "You're thinking about applications already?" He looked over at her, that glint in his eye. "Always." A few decks down, near the engineering cradle, Johnny Storm was wedged halfway into a maintenance panel. His arms were covered in grease, and his tone was somewhere between annoyed and smug. "Ben, if I get fried fixing this plasma conduit again, I'm haunting your room with the ship's alert voice." Ben, standing beside the open panel with one foot up on a pipe, grunted. "If you get fried, you'd probably enjoy it. Quit whining and check the secondary flow valve." Johnny tapped the interface. The screen flickered. "There. Stabilized. Happy now?" Ben bent down and checked the output on his tablet. "Yep. Heat shielding's clean. Reactor feedback's holding." Johnny pulled himself out, wiped his hands on his pants, and looked toward the long observation window near the corridor. The sun pulsed outside like a living god. Even now, days into the mission, he still gets chills just looking at it. "Can't believe we're here," he said, quieter now. Ben followed his gaze. 3 days. No damage. No freak flares. And we're still breathing. Still no sign of space madness either, Johnny added, tapping the side of his head. "Though I think Tony's been muttering equations in his sleep." Ben chuckled. "That's just him being Tony." They both turned when the alert chime sounded overhead. Hermes' voice rang through the speakers. "Radiation wave approaching. Low intensity. Estimated impact, 4 minutes." Johnny looked at Ben. "Want to double-check the deflector array?" Ben sighed. Do I look like I trust your last fix? They headed toward the portside shielding controls. Back in the research hub, Tony pulled up the new data overlay from the ship's sensor sweep. Cosmic radiation waves curled around the ship like smoke underwater. The ship's motion was slowing slightly, not from drag, but from sheer proximity to the solar mass. He turned to Sue. Start the secondary particle net. I want a direct capture. I think this wave's carrying more than radiation. Sue nodded and keyed it in. Let's see what the sun wants to tell us today. In the far distance, the flare wave began to reach out, less like a blast, more like a ripple brushing space. The scanner's energy field caught it mid-curve, and the net activated, wrapping around the particles and holding them in suspension. The holographic display lit up again, brighter this time. Unknown particle signature, Class 7 energy distortion. Containment, stable. Reading status, live. Tony's expression didn't change, but his voice had a razor edge to it. That's new. Sue nodded slowly. We've never classified a particle signature that volatile before. It's folding. Folding into itself, Tony confirmed. The mind stone in his head was feeding him new information on the spot. Freaking hell. That's a protostructure. Sue leaned in. You think it's building something? I think, Tony said slowly, we just found a particle type that might not originate from our universe at all. They both stared at the display in silence. Behind them, Hermes' voice returned. Warning. Magnetic eddy forming ahead. Recommending trajectory shift. Elena, take the helm, Tony said, tapping his earpiece. Alright, boss, Elena's voice came from the other side. Her base body was in the main control room. As the ship pivoted slightly, skimming the edge of a solar eddy that twisted space into a spiral, the engines glowed brighter, pushing the Starfire into a tighter, more agile arc. Tony turned to Sue, steady again. 3 days in and we're rewriting the rulebook. Sue didn't look away from the display. Let's just make it to day 4. Alright, Hermes, collect a portion of the radiation and release the rest. We don't want to overload the containment field, Tony ordered. Starfire, research deck day 6 in solar orbit 2:17 a.m. ship time. Inside the lab chamber, soft blue lights glowed from the containment fields. Monitors flickering with real-time biometrics, waveform graphs, and molecular simulations. Tubes of plasma and radiation-exposed samples floated in magnetic suspension. At the center of it all, Tony stood still, face pale, eyes locked on the data. His hands worked with surgical precision. One vial contains irradiated plasma, while the other contains a drop of his own blood. He injected it slowly into the sample dish, then slid it into the analysis scanner. He didn't blink or breathe as the scanner spun and beeped. Tony leaned in closer. The cell clusters were merging without any rejection or inflammation. The reaction stayed stable for 5 seconds. Then, the dish cracked. The lights flickered, and the sample began to boil away into nothing. Damn it, he whispered. That was close. He reached for another vial, knuckles white, temples slick with sweat. The sharp, stabbing pain behind his right eye hadn't stopped in hours. It was like something inside his skull was expanding, pulsing with heat, trying to crack him open from the inside. The Mind Stone. He was using the stone's power to amp up the process. The spectrum of the samples he collected wasn't perfect. He needs something more powerful and raw. But the space was vast, and to search for something like that was like searching for a needle in an empty void. He was running out of time. He had hardly eaten or rested because he couldn't afford to. He needed a breakthrough. The radiation had to bind, fuse, and transform him before his body gave in to the pressure of an infinity stone. Behind him, the door opened quietly. Susan stepped into the lab, dressed in a loose white lab shirt over black leggings, her hair tied up in a messy bun. She had been off duty for the last few hours, resting, unlike him. Pausing in the doorway, she took in the familiar smell of chemicals, coffee, and something faintly metallic. She watched him for a long moment, but he didn't turn around. Taking a few steps closer, she said, "You haven't slept in 2 days." Still no answer. She walked up beside him, gaze flicking over the display. On screen, another failed reaction. Another destroyed blood sample. Another dead end. She looked at him. Really looked. The hollow under his eyes. The tension in his jaw. The tremor in his hand when he thought no one was watching. And the fear he was barely containing. "You're not just here to study cosmic radiation," she said quietly. "Are you?" Tony finally looked over at her. His eyes were bloodshot. "Of course I am," he replied, voice flat. "It's the greatest unexplored energy spectrum in the system." "Try again." She held his gaze. Tony exhaled through his nose and turned away, walking to another panel. His hands moved automatically, cueing the next round of tests. "This radiation," he said, "is not like anything we've catalogued. It's reactive and adaptive. It recognizes organic matter. It bends to it. For a second, I had it. A real symbiosis. And then it tore itself apart," Susan said. Tony didn't reply. She stepped closer. "From what I can see, you're pushing like you're on a clock." He didn't move. Her eyes fell on the blue vial on the table. "Don't tell me that you are planning on injecting that into your body?" Silence. Susan's tone lowered. "Tony, what's wrong? Talk to me." Tony sighed. He took a deep breath. One hand rested on the table, and the other rubbed the back of his neck. "Hermes. Activate soundproof barrier," he ordered. "Affirmative," Hermes replied. Instantly, a faint invisible barrier appeared over the room, and the door locked. "All right. Take a seat." He pointed at the stool beside him. Susan sat slowly, not taking her eyes off Tony. Tony didn't look at her when he started speaking. "I didn't want to drag anyone into this. Not unless I had to. But I guess that moment's here." He touched a small panel beside the console. A holographic model of his head appeared. Layers peeled back, skin, muscle, bone, neural pathways. At the core, a glowing shard was embedded deep in the center of his brainstem. Susan's breath caught. "What is that?" "It's called the Mind Stone," he said. "One of 6 Infinity Stones." "Infinity Stones?" She raised an eyebrow. "There are 6 of them," he said. "Infinity Stones. Each one controls something fundamental to the universe. Space, time, reality, power, soul, and the one in me, mind." Susan didn't interrupt. She just listened. "They're ancient. Forces that existed before the universe as we know it even formed. When the balance of reality starts to shift, when something big is coming, they show up. In different ways. Different forms." He tapped the hologram. The glowing shard inside the model's brain pulsed slowly. "This one showed up in me. I was a kid. No one noticed. Not even me. At first, it just felt like clarity. Like I could see the world differently than everyone else. And it made sense. Equations. Patterns. Inventions. Everything came naturally." He looked down at his hand and flexed it once. But it never stopped growing. Over the years, it became part of my mind. Woven into my brain tissue. It is like a root system wrapped around every neuron. You can't remove it. If you try, I die instantly. I've checked. Susan's voice was soft. And it's killing you. Tony nodded. Yeah. Slowly. At first, it gave more than it took. But now. He pulled up a scan. It showed microscopic cracks forming along his spine and skull. Nerve tissue burning under pressure. My body's breaking down. I used the super soldier serum to delay the damage. Bought myself time. But that time's running out. Even with all my upgrades. My healing nanites are struggling. Every hour, the stone pulses. Every pulse eats at my limits. I've maybe got a month left before things go critical. Susan stared at the image. Then she closed her eyes for a second. Processing. Then looked back at him. That's why you brought us here. You wanted to hit two birds with one stone. Do cosmic radiation research and use that research to fix yourself. Tony nodded again. Cosmic radiation like this. It's pure. It changes everything it touches. There is a unique cosmic storm out there that might save me. If I can find the right signature, if I can trigger the right reaction. I might evolve past the point where the Mind Stone kills me. Evolve? She asked. Is that why you told me to study radiation's effect on human biology? Yeah. I'm desperate here, Sue. If I fail to find that storm, I won't have a choice but to take certain risks. And you are the only one with enough knowledge to find a way to eliminate the side effects. I'm sorry for not revealing the whole truth because secrets like this can hurt lots of people and might hurt you or anyone who knows about its location. There are many entities out there who are looking for the stones, and if they find out that one is in my head, guess what would happen? Tony asked as he looked into her eyes. Susan sat quietly, staring at the glowing hologram of Tony's brain. Her mouth was slightly open, but no words came out for a long moment. The weight of everything he'd just said hung in the air, thick and heavy. Finally, she spoke, her voice low and a little shaky. This is a lot, Tony. He nodded once, not pushing her. I mean, infinity stones? Ancient forces? Entities looking for them? She shook her head slowly, as if trying to make it all settle in her brain. How is this real? How can something like that even exist? Tony leaned against the table, tired eyes locked on the image. I've asked myself the same thing every day since I first learned what it was. Physics breaks down around these things. Logic doesn't work the way it's supposed to. You've seen how our readings out here behave, particles moving through time and responding to thoughts. That's just the edge of it. Susan stared at the hologram, then at him. And these entities? You're saying there are others out there who know about this? Who wants this? And how do you know? Tony nodded. The stone showed me things. Some of these threats are ancient. Not alien in the way we think. They are from outside. Beyond the edges of our galaxy. Some call them cosmic beings. Others, gods, titans, and celestials. The things we thought were myths are real. And they want the stones. To harness such power. If they get their hands on them, then? Sue's eyes widened at the thought. Yup, he said. One stone alone can change the fate of a planet. All six together. They could end a galaxy, a universe, rewrite time, or even wipe out reality and start over. Susan looked stunned. That's insane. I know, Tony said quietly. And now one of those things is buried in my skull. She ran a hand through her hair, trying to stay calm. So, if they find out where it is, they'll come, Tony finished for her. And they won't ask politely. Susan stood and started pacing slowly, one hand on her temple. So all this, building Starfire, gathering us, flying up here, it's not just about the science, you're trying to survive long enough to stop what's coming. Exactly. But I can't do this alone. I need help. I've seen the coming threats, the destruction of the world, parallel worlds, different timelines, and the multiverse with countless variants of us. All in all, a change is coming, and we aren't ready. Not by a long shot. That's why I'll survive this ordeal. I'll evolve and create a team of superheroes with power and skills. Together we'll face the coming threats. And before you say anything, Tony turned to the computer and pulled up the image of the celestial island. Sue's eyes widened as she leaned forward. The giant dead body of a celestial. Is that? She stuttered. Proof. Sometimes words aren't enough. So, here's a proof. The dead body of a celestial being that I'm harvesting on Earth. That thing didn't even get to mature completely, he said. Damn it. Tony. This is like. Huh. Sue sighed as she closed her eyes for a moment. Tony waited for her reaction. So, this brain thing. I'm the first one to know. What about Natasha and the others? Your dad? She asked. You are the first one to know, he replied. This is too much for me to process in such a short time. Right now, tell me what I need to do. I'll help. But after this is over, I need to know everything. If you want my help, I want the truth. If they are really coming as you said, then we have to be ready. And unless I know what I'm walking into, I won't be able to help. So, just like that? No yelling about hiding the truth or anything around that part? A punch? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe later. Right now, let's search for this cosmic storm. Just then, the warning signal activated. Hermes' voice came from the comms. Unidentified spacecraft detected. Activating weapon and defense systems. The hell? Tony stood up. Show me the live footage. Tony spun toward the main console, fingers flying across the control panel. A large holographic display lit up in front of them, projecting the live feed from the ship's exterior sensors. The spacecraft appeared instantly. Dark green. Covered in bioorganic plating that shimmered against the solar radiation like living armor. It had no visible engines, just a faint pulse of emerald light at its rear. The design was sharp and angular, clearly not human. Ben and Johnny burst into the lab, both half-suited and wide-eyed. Something's happening, Johnny said. We felt the ship shift. Yeah, Ben added, cracking his knuckles. And not in a good way. Tony didn't take his eyes off the feed. That's because we've got company. The ship zoomed in closer, the HUD outlining it with threat markers. Tony said, that's a Skrull vessel. Johnny blinked. A what? Tony turned to face them fully. Skrulls. Shapeshifters. Parasites with a superiority complex. So far, is every space-related accident tied to a breakthrough in technology or exploration? Them. The failed lunar expeditions. The Mars drone disintegrations. That time the ISS lost signal for 12 hours and claimed it was a glitch. Skrulls. They're the reason humanity's been crawling instead of leaping forward. Ben frowned. Why? Because they want us stuck, Tony said. What we are doing is a threat to their dominance. Evolution is dangerous to them. Knowledge is dangerous. So they sabotage, assassinate, and manipulate, from the shadows while planning an invasion. Susan stared at the projection, still processing. And right now, we are close to discovering something important. Tony narrowed his eyes. Yeah. We're very close. Starfire is proof humanity can not only reach the sun but survive it. Our readings, our tech, even the solar radiation capture protocols, they're watching us break the ceiling. And they don't like it. The ship outside shifted position. Its green light grew brighter. Smaller drones began to deploy, spreading like spores. Johnny grinned. Well, guess what? We don't like them either. Tony turned to him and Ben, smirk returning. That's the spirit. You two ready to control some mechas and kick some alien butt? Ben cracked his neck. Been waiting for this. Johnny rolled his shoulders. Time to light them up. Command room. Tony tapped the console, and a new interface unfolded from the wall. 10 mechas powered up simultaneously in the mech bay. Each one is designed for rapid deployment and enhanced combat using solar energy. Smooth black surfaces shimmered as solar radiation channeled into their cores. Their eyes lit up blue, synced to the neural feedback from the ship. Remote control is live, Tony said. Choose your loadouts. And Sue. Leave this to us. You focus on finding that storm. On it, Sue took over a side computer. Johnny picked the flame-based mecha, its arms ending in plasma igniters and solar jets. Ben selected a brute-style mech with reinforced arms, shield generators, and kinetic amplifiers. Tony took over 5 mecha, and the remaining mecha and combat bots are being controlled by Elena. The moment the mecha bay doors opened, 10 adamantium armored titans flew into space, their cores glowing like second suns. Radiation spilled from their reactors, thrusters flaring against the solar backdrop. Behind them, smaller combat bots deployed in precise formation, leaner, faster, fully autonomous, each one armed with high-output plasma rifles and laser-guided nanoblades. The Skrull drones swarmed forward in organic clumps, shape-shifting mid-flight, their frames distorting into predatory forms. Some resembled horned eels, others flying daggers. They moved like locusts, thousands in number, forming attack vectors in tight spirals. Tony's voice crackled over the shared comms. Engage. Prioritize their main ship. Anything that gets too close, erase it. His 5 mechs split in synchronized choreography, each one armed with a different system. One wielded twin arc blades. Another, an energy cannon. The third, shockwave boosters that could flatten a Skrull pod in a single pulse. All the mech and bots were customized with experimental solar radiation absorbers that turned the solar energy into a weapon and a secondary energy core. Johnny's mech shot forward, jets of raw plasma bursting from his shoulders. He spun mid-flight, launched twin streams of solar fire, and sliced through 3 drones like they were paper. The mechs adapted the heat from the sun, overclocking their output. Ben simply shot forward in a straight line, smashing through the enemy drones and slamming into the first Skrull strike ship like a meteor. His mech's arm transformed into a gravity hammer, the blow sending a shockwave through the alien hull and rupturing its entire midsection. The shield dropped thanks to the celestial adamantium special property to absorb energy. Metal and green fluid sprayed out in 0G. A second Skrull drone tried to flank him. Ben turned and launched a charged shield blast, the kinetic energy shattering its carapace. Elena, controlling 3 combat bots in tandem, wove them through enemy fire like dancers through blades. One bot latched onto a Skrull hull and detonated an internal energy spike, bursting it from the inside. Another engaged 2 drones at once, blocking a barrage with its adamantium shield while stabbing both enemies with dual spears mounted on its arms. The Skrull main vessel began pulsing, preparing to fire. "Main cannon charging," Hermes warned. "I see it," Tony replied. One of his mechs flew up and forward, folding its arms inward. The chest opened, and the solar cannon primed. Tony narrowed his eyes. Firing. A beam of compressed solar energy roared from his mech's core. It tore through space like a white-hot blade, punching a hole straight through the side of the Skrull ship. The ship buckled but didn't fall. Johnny whooped through the comms. "That's your idea of knocking?" They didn't answer the door. The Skrull ship unleashed its cannon. A black-green beam of corrosive plasma sliced through the field, melting one of the drone clusters in its path. But when it struck Tony's lead mech, the adamantium shell held. The energy washed off in waves, redirected through the armor's lattice system, and grounded through the solar fins. 0 damage. Tony's mech tilted its head slightly. "My turn." He launched forward, twin arc blades glowing gold. He tore through 2 drones in his way, spun, and slammed both blades into the main ship's frontal ridge. Sparks exploded across the hull. The ship screeched, literally, as the organic parts reacted to pain. Behind him, Ben's mech grabbed one of the Skrull boarding pods and used it like a battering ram, crushing through another drone wave. Johnny twisted through a knot of enemies, igniting flares from his mech's arms and roasting 3 at once. "This fight is almost unfair." "It is," Tony said. "They just don't know it yet." Elena triggered her backup bots. 10 more stealth bots swarmed from beneath the ship's underside, diving into the exposed core of the Skrull vessel. Inside, they exploded with precision charges, destabilizing the ship's internal gravity coils. The Skrull cruiser began collapsing inward. Tony's 5 mechs regrouped in a V formation. Hermes. Final strike. Feed all reactor energy into primary weapon systems. Elena, shield the Starfire. The mechs obeyed instantly. They went behind the Prime mecha and fed it all their energy. Then the Prime unfolded its arms. Plasma vents glowed brighter. Solar fins expanded like wings, spinning like a freaking giant-ass spinner on fire. Fire. The beam that followed was blinding. It ripped through the Skrull mothership from bow to stern, cleaving it clean in half. The shockwave cascaded out in a cone, shattering every remaining drone nearby. Silence followed. Then. Skrull cruiser, destroyed. Enemy count, 0 life signs. Allied damage, 5 bots. Tony took a deep breath. Johnny finally spoke. "Did we just win?" Tony watched as the remains of the Skrull vessel broke apart and drifted, burning in the light of the sun. "We just told the universe we're not prey anymore." Ben grunted, leaning back. "So who wants to bet that was just the scouts?" Tony didn't answer. He stared at the wreckage. He knew Ben was right. This was only the beginning. Begin DNA extraction. "Now, I can build a Skrull detector," Tony said with his usual arrogant grin. "No time. A solar storm is headed our way," Sue said as she put up the feed on the screen. The calm that followed the battle lasted exactly 42 seconds. Then, alarms began to scream. The lights on the command deck shifted from combat red to ultraviolet blue, the ship's highest priority alert. Solar radiation pulses flared across every screen. Sue stood in front of the main monitor, fingers flying over the controls as data surged in. "Massive ejection from the surface," she called out. "It's a full-blown Category Omega storm. Our drones won't work in this situation." On screen, the solar field twisted violently. From the sun's corona, a plume of raw plasma surged outward, a massive coronal mass ejection, CME, bigger than anything they'd seen yet. It moved like an ocean wave, only this wave could crush a planet. Johnny's eyes widened. How long until it hits us? Sue replied instantly. 4 minutes. Maybe less. The initial radiation pulse will cook us if we're not sealed in. The ship will hold for 10 minutes or so. That's just my calculation. Ben was already plotting the course. Then let's move. No, Tony said as he activated his Model 50 armor. Silver nanites flowed out of his skin pores, covering his skin. I'll extract the DNA. Sue, capture as much radiation as you can. Ben, keep your hand on FTL. We got only one shot. Let's beat the impossible again. Exterior, near the wreckage of the Skrull cruiser. The sun blazed behind him like an endless god fire, but Tony flew straight toward the ship. The Model 50 armor shimmered in high-spectrum silver, its surface constantly adjusting, nanite plates flexing, reconfiguring, reflecting the worst of the heat and radiation. Before him, the massive remains of the destroyed Skrull vessel tumbled through zero gravity, its spine cracked open like a dead leviathan in space. Inside his helmet, Tony's HUD pulsed with warning icons. Radiation storm incoming, T-317. Radiation level spiking. Unknown alien bioorganic material detected. Alright, let's make this fast, he muttered. His thrusters flared once as he reached the shattered remains of the central hull. Bits of melted green alloy drifted past him. Organic mesh twitched where it hadn't fully died, reacting to the solar energy. Some of it still pulsed faintly with energy. Hermes, scan for surviving tissue samples. I want intact DNA strands and any psionic organ clusters. Scanning, the AI replied. Alert, residual neural energy detected in Sector 4C, psionic residue confirmed. Tony flew low, dodging a floating spike of alien plating. His left arm shifted, nanites forming into a molecular scalpel. He cut a section of membrane from a twitching growth node. The node hissed. Briefly. Then died. Yeah. There's a first time for everything. Never thought it'd be an alien autopsy, Tony muttered, storing the sample in a contamination storage formed by his nanites. The box then got attached to his waist. Hermes, full environmental wipe on the container. No cross-contamination. He then released a swarm of nanites. Collect as many samples as possible. Confirmed. Next, Tony approached what had once been the command nexus of the Skrull cruiser. Blackened bone-like structures framed the chamber, and shattered control columns stuck out at odd angles. Instead of wires or data screens, the ship had used a blend of tactile nerve threads and psionic interfaces. Interesting tech. Almost organic. He landed with a soft magnetic click inside the wreck. This tech isn't dead. Just brain dead, he murmured, crouching beside a curved node that blinked faintly. His right hand morphed into a drill tendril interface. He pushed it into the psionic root bundle. Begin extraction. Language. Memory fragments. System design. I want everything. The HUD lit up. Skrull neural interface compatible. Beginning translation. Downloading technical architecture. Cloaking arrays. Infiltration drone patterns. Psionic signal boosters. Neural suppression fields. Encrypted data found. EST download time, 0:47 seconds. Good enough, Tony muttered, glancing at the timer for the solar storm. T-212. Back on Starfire, Sue's voice cracked through his comm. Tony, the radiation just doubled. We're reaching critical levels out here. Tell me something I don't know, he replied, sweat starting to build under the helmet as the solar intensity pounded the armor. The Model 50 was still holding. Another alert pinged. Secondary core found, Skrull energy drive component detected. Fusion psionic hybrid. Condition: stable. Extraction risk: moderate. Yeah, I'm not leaving that behind, Tony said, floating toward a glowing green mass half melded into a ruined power spine. He extended his gauntlet, and the nanites morphed into a containment pod. He ripped it free. The second he did, the wreckage groaned. What was left of the internal systems began to destabilize. Guys? Tony called over the comm, I just pulled a hot battery from an angry alien skull fortress. Time to go. Sue, you think? Radiation in the lab just tripped Omega Red. Get back. Now. Hermes, solar storm impact in 1 minute. Tony activated his thrusters and launched back toward the starfire, the wreckage starting to collapse behind him. Small explosions of green light burst as alien systems overloaded and died, scattering psionic energy into space like embers from a fire. The nanobots flew back and merged with his armor. 042. 035. 029. The starfire was already pivoting, shielding plates expanding, reactor fins closing like petals. Hermes, open the belly, autodock, fast lock, Tony snapped. Confirmed. Hangar doors open. Autolock on standby. Tony flew forward. He entered the ship at full velocity. The doors sealed behind him with 2 inches of clearance. CME impact, 3, 2, 1. Sue's hand hovered over the shield control. She was just about to hit the final lockdown when everything stopped. Not like a normal stop. More like the air itself froze. Light bent strangely. Sound vanished. Time paused. And then, a massive wave of energy passed through the ship. It reached inside every atom, through every wall, and into every cell. It lasted for 3 minutes. And they got blasted by the cosmic storm for 3 minutes straight. Sue gasped and stumbled. Her fingers twitched, her knees gave out, and her body hit the floor before she could finish locking down the final sequence. Johnny felt it too. He was halfway to the engine room when it hit. A warm, pulling force rushed over him. His body locked, eyes wide. Then he dropped, completely unconscious. Ben, inside the lower deck, had just braced himself against a bulkhead when the energy slammed into him. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed like a stone. Even Tony, who had just landed, didn't have the time to react. The mind stone in his head pulsed, and he dropped instantly. Everything went quiet. Med bay, hours later. Beeping. Faint and rhythmic. Tony opened his eyes slowly. The lights above him were soft. Everything hurt, but not in the usual way. It was like his body had been rewired. His chest felt heavy, but his mind felt clearer. He sat up. Next to him, Johnny groaned and rolled over. Sue was lying on the bed beside him, eyes fluttering open. Ben was on the far side of the room, one leg over the side of his med pod, looking confused. Elena stood at the center of the room. Calm. Watching them. Tony cleared his throat. His voice was rough. Elena, what happened? You were all knocked out by the cosmic storm, she said. Systems went offline for 8 minutes. Emergency shielding engaged. I brought you all here. Tony swung his legs off the bed. System status? Everything is stable, Elena replied. No damage. No core disruptions. Ship functions at 100%, and I collected enough cosmic energy as per the program in case of an emergency. Johnny sat up slowly, rubbing his head. That didn't feel like any storm I've ever been through. Sue leaned forward. It was inside us. Not just outside. I felt it move through me. Ben said nothing. He just stared at his hands, clenching them slowly, testing his grip. Tony looked down at his fingers. His skin shimmered slightly in the light. Just for a moment. Then it stopped. Elena, he said, his voice lower, run full diagnostics. On all of us. Yes, boss, she said, already tapping into the med system. Elena stood motionless as holographic scans rotated around her, displaying layered body diagnostics of each crew member, Tony, Susan, Johnny, and Ben. The med bay lights flickered in soft white pulses, syncing with the biometric monitors. In the air above the beds, transparent 3D body maps spun slowly, showing internal systems, neural patterns, blood cell behavior, and faint traces of something new. Diagnostics complete, Elena said, her voice calm but focused. All vitals are within optimal range. Heart rate, neural activity, bone density, muscular regeneration, all stable. Tony furrowed his brow, tapping on the edge of his floating vitals. You're not seeing any mutations? No genetic drift? Elena shook her head once. There are faint traces of cosmic energy residue in your bloodstreams. It's embedded at a cellular level, but it's not destabilizing. There are no side effects. No decay. No cellular breakdown. If anything, your systems are performing slightly better than before. Tony stared at the data. Johnny blinked. Wait. Are you saying we just got hit by a solar nuke and came out, buffed? Sue sat forward. This energy shouldn't have integrated with us. Our bodies should have rejected it, or we should have died, Ben finished, still watching his hands like they weren't entirely his. But we didn't. Tony stood slowly. His joints didn't ache. His head wasn't throbbing. The Mind Stone was quiet. Not dormant, but no longer hurting. This is it. Elena, he said, as he deactivated the main screen. The nanites in his body began to work. Shifting in his eyes. Run a parallel test. Compare my neurosync patterns from 24 hours ago to now. Put it in my private display. Elena brought up the scans. Side by side, Tony's brainwave maps pulsed. The older one was erratic, with too much neural activity, spiking around the Mind Stone interface. Overload. Nerve degeneration. But now? The new one was smooth. Stable. Controlled. Tony looked at Sue and gave her a nod. Perfect evolution. Sue said in a low voice. I think so. We are all touched by the cosmic radiation. We've all changed, but how? I've no idea. We need to stay under quarantine till we figure out what changed, he said while clenching his fingers. Johnny cracked his knuckles. Okay. Not saying I'm against a cosmic power-up, but what does this mean? Long-term? Elena answered. Unknown. But based on current readings, your biology has adapted to the radiation. The cosmic energy has merged into your baseline function. You're stronger. Faster. And from a cellular standpoint, more durable. Tony turned to Ben. How do you feel? Ben flexed one arm. Like I could punch a moon in half. Johnny leaned back and grinned. That's our baseline now. Moon punches? Tony looked at the room. One by one, he made eye contact with each of them. Okay. Sorry for putting you all in danger. But to stop the Skrull invasion, it was necessary. Yeah, I know you all have many questions, and I promise to explain everything. But right now, we should go home before more Skrull ships show up. You owe us like 6 crates of beer, Johnny said with a little chuckle. And I'll take one of your mecha. Done, Tony said. Dang. Johnny punched his fist into his palm. If I knew you'd say yes, I'd have asked for 2 mechs. Tony then turned to Elena. Set coordinates for Earth. Activate FTL. Elena responded instantly. FTL charging. Estimated jump window, 45 seconds. Johnny stood and stretched. Well, I'm not complaining about getting home early. But what do we tell the world? Hey, we flew too close to the sun and now we glow a little in the dark. Tony looked at him. We'll give them what they want to hear and keep the cosmic radiation storm a secret. We need to know the full extent of what we've become. Then we'll take it from there. One step at a time. Earth. Location, unknown. Time. One day after Starfire launched for the sun. The wind screamed across a white desert, dragging clouds of ice across jagged formations of frozen earth. Buried beneath the surface was a facility long forgotten by the world. But inside the walls of the deep chamber, there was no wind. No natural light or sound. Just the slow hum of decaying machinery, the hiss of old hydraulics, and the labored breath of something not quite human. In the center of a reinforced chamber, surrounded by rusted equipment and cracked screens, lay a figure in a suspended state. Wires pierced into his spine. Metal tubing ran from his arms into the machines. His face, what remained of it, was mostly gone. One eye glowed red behind a skeletal steel frame. His voice, when it came, sounded more static than speech. Status. A cloaked figure stepped out of the shadows. The signature shimmer of tech phasing shimmered over his body. He was wearing a gray suit, and his face was hidden behind a gray mask. The infamous infiltrator. Ghost. Earth 1610 version. Starfire has launched, Ghost said. Stark is off-world. The figure in the chair shifted slightly, metal grinding softly beneath his skin. Good. Begin extraction. I want the arc reactor. Ghost tilted his head. Security's tight. Stark's system uses live retinal scans and adaptive passcodes. Any wrong step and the whole base locks down. So far, all our drones, hacking, and infiltration attempts have failed. Could fry half my tech on the way in. The voice from the chair rasped like broken code. You've done worse for less. Ghost didn't argue. The cyborg continued, slower now. That arc reactor. The limitless energy. With it, I can abandon this shell. He raised one arm. The fingers trembled. The flesh around the metal frame had all but decayed. His body had lasted too long, barely kept alive by patchwork upgrades and a will to survive. I will rebuild. Perfected. No more dying piece by piece. I'll become the perfect cybernetic human in existence. I'll beat time itself. And when I am whole, you get what I promised. Ghost said nothing, but his gaze lingered. Behind the mask, pain pulsed through his nerves. His body had begun deteriorating months ago. Something in the failed phasing tech he had used. His organs were failing. His mind was crumbling with each passing moment. The very thing that made him a ghost was killing him. I'll get it, Ghost said. But if I bring you that reactor, you fix me. No delays. The half-man nodded, cables twitching from the back of his skull. I don't need you broken. I need you invisible. Ghost activated his stealth field. The air shimmered around him and then fell silent. Only his footsteps remained, then even those faded. The cyborg leaned back, the chair groaning beneath him. In the end, Stark won't save the future. He'll build the key to mine. Starfire Base, midnight. The wind outside howled across the desert. Inside, the base was quiet. Too quiet. Ghost was already in and had hacked through the system. It was difficult and took him 3 hours to crack it, but he found his target. He crouched low in a dark corner of the upper hall. His upgraded suit shimmered with soft pulses of blue light, cloaking him in near invisibility. A small scanner pulsed on his wrist, mapping out power flows, sensors, and motion triggers. He moved like a shadow, slipping past every trap and camera thanks to his intangibility and invisibility. No sound. No alert. Too easy, he whispered. His eyes locked on the reactor vault marker glowing on his HUD. He was close. Every step brought him closer to the center of the base, where Tony Stark's arc reactor was stored. He moved into a side hallway. The scanner blinked green. No threats. He reached a tall metal door, labeled Storage, Tech Sector 3. And there was a small warning: Stark Tech doesn't play fair. Ghost smirked under his mask and phased inside. Rows of equipment lined the walls. Containers of spare parts. Energy cells. Diagnostic tools. At the back, under a set of lights, sat a tall cylinder locked in a security cage. The arc reactor. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. He walked forward slowly, scanning it. No signs of active traps. But he missed one detail. The floor plate beneath him glowed faintly. Then clicked. Ghost froze. Behind him, the door slammed shut. The lights overhead flickered. A dull hum filled the room. His scanner flashed red. Containment field activated, a voice said from hidden speakers. Ghost turned, but it was too late. The suit began to flicker, and his stealth faded. His legs went heavy. His suit was shutting down. He reached for his emergency phaser, but it shorted out in his hand. Sparks flew. The HUD inside his mask died. No, he growled. No, no, no. The walls of the fake storage room lit up with hidden emitters. It wasn't a storage unit. It was a containment cell. And standing on the other side of the transparent door, arms crossed, was Yelena. Next to her stood Natasha. Behind them were the widows and security bots. You picked the wrong night, Natasha said. Yelena tilted her head. You should have read the fine print. Stark Tech doesn't play fair. Ghost pounded a fist against the glass. He didn't say a word. He just stared at them. Natasha leaned in closer. We knew you were coming the moment you stepped inside the outer gate. Tony built detectors that read quantum signatures. Your suit burns just a little too bright. Yelena added, and instead of stopping you, we let you in. So we could trap you. Smart, right? Ghost didn't answer. His suit continued to shut down piece by piece. Trapped. Powerless. And out of time. Yelena walked to Ghost and looked at him with pity. You know what we do with thieves? Well, you will. She clenched her fist. The nanites swarmed down her arm, forming a gauntlet etched with glowing lines. A holographic screen flared to life above her wrist. She entered a sequence. From beneath the floor, panels slid open with mechanical clicks. Multiple tentacles surged upward, flexible, seamless, forged from adamantium-bound nanites. They whipped toward Ghost and latched onto his limbs, torso, and spine with precision. Ghost struggled. He activated his backup power source and tried to phase, flickered, and tried to twist free, but the tentacles held. The adaptive nanites countered every frequency and phased signature his suit pushed out. Plus, the adamantium was capable of absorbing foreign energy. All in all, there was no way for him to escape. He reached for his hidden explosives. A light fizzle. That was all. No boom. The tentacles had already severed power flow to his storage nodes. The floor hissed as more tendrils slithered around him, pulsing with blue light. His systems were being scanned, mapped, and stripped down line by line. Warnings flashed across the dying HUD in his visor. His backup escape routes, hidden AI injectors, self-destruct kill switches. All offline. One by one. He gritted his teeth and activated the failsafe, hypersphere. A ripple of distortion started at his gauntlet, flickering in and out of sight. It was his final trick. A fold pocket into the fifth dimension is designed to hide anything. But Yelena was already moving. Her eyes narrowed. Two of the tentacles snapped back, reshaped into plasma blades, and struck with blinding speed. The gauntlet arm came off first. Then the other. Ghost screamed, a raw, choked sound. Blood sprayed everywhere like a freaking geyser. His legs followed next. Sliced clean, the blades reformed into clamps and pinned what was left of his body to the floor. Yelena turned her hand slightly. The tentacles pulsed with green light as they released targeted bursts of bionanites, sealing off the bleeding, stabilizing his vitals just enough to keep him alive. Then, place the chopped arms in one containment box and the chopped legs in another containment box. Ghost gasped, head twitching, blood pooling beneath him. His mask cracked along the jawline. One eye barely opened. He looked at Yelena, then Natasha, then at the blurred lights above him. "You shouldn't have come here," Natasha said, her voice flat. Yelena knelt beside him, her voice quieter now. "How dare you try to steal something that my man worked so hard for? He worked day and night, ignoring his health, just to make this world a better place. And you, bastard. I'm gonna take my time killing you." Ghost lay motionless, disarmed, dismembered, and defeated. "Strip his suit. Shift him to the interrogation chamber. Time to find out the bastard behind this freak," Natasha said. She then turned back to the widows. "Suit up and spread out. Code, Omega Lockdown. You see or feel nothing weird, no matter how small it is. Report me." Her hand reached into her jacket's pocket. Her fingers touched the small vial. The Aegis serum. It was time for an upgrade and then. Hunt. Interrogation chamber, Starfire base, sublevel 4. The chamber was bright. Ghost hung from an energy rig suspended above the floor. His limbs were still severed, and his body was a grotesque fusion of man and failed machine. Stripped of his suit, he looked like something torn out of a failed experiment. Scorched flesh webbed with circuitry, broken bones half-healed around implants, and skin fused to alloy like wax to wire. His chest pulsed with blue light from the mini-arc reactor that Yelena had grafted into his chest cavity to replace his suit's power source. It was the only thing keeping him alive. Yelena stood behind a transparent energy shield, hands clasped behind her back. A holographic screen hovered nearby, projecting constant vitals and energy readouts across the wall. Ghost's core flickered irregularly. His body was degrading by the minute. "Vitals are holding," Hermes informed. "Pain levels, extreme. Neural surges are unstable." Yelena stepped through the energy shield. It shimmered around her, then vanished as she passed. Her eyes were locked on the ruined man hanging before her. She stopped just a few feet from Ghost. He hung there, barely breathing, his body twitching in slow, painful pulses. "You really messed up," she said, her voice even. "But you already know that." Ghost lifted his head slightly. His face was mottled with burns and stretch marks from where the phasing tech had fused into his nerves. His eye flickered like a dying signal light. "You can't stop it," he rasped. "Even if you kill me, they'll find someone else." Yelena leaned closer, ignoring the stench of scorched biomechanical rot. "I'll ask once," she said. Her voice was calm. Cold. "Give me everything. Where your boss is, what he wants, who else is working with him, and what tech you've been using. Every last piece of it." She turned and walked to a table built into the wall. A small tray extended from it with a mechanical sound. She reached into her jacket, pulled out a small blue vial, and placed it gently on the tray. "This is the bio-nanites," she said. "It'll repair you. Nerves, organs, bones. It'll burn away the phasing damage and fix your DNA. No powers. No suit. Just a clean start. Human again. Alive." She let the word sit for a second, then looked over her shoulder at him. "Or." Yelena reached into the other side of her jacket. She took out a second vial. This one was black. The fluid inside swirled like smoke trapped in water. She held it up, turning it so the light caught it. "This one doesn't heal. It rips you apart, neuron by neuron. But at the same time, it will heal you and repeat the process again and again." She placed it beside the nanite vial and walked back toward him. She stopped just before him and looked him in the eye. "You get to choose. Give me what I want and walk out of here whole. Or refuse, and I find out anyway." Slowly. She stepped back, folded her arms, and waited. "Tick-tock," she said. "Let's hear it." Ghost let out a slow, ragged breath. His one working eye locked onto Yelena. "You expect me to believe you'll let me live," he said, his voice broken and dry. "You hate me. You butchered me. You think I don't know how this ends?" Yelena said nothing. Just stared. He laughed, a bitter, metallic sound. "I give you what you want, and you kill me anyway. That's how this works." His head tilted forward, blood dripping from his chin. "But, if you can really fix me, if you can undo what the phasing did, if you can stop the decay, I'll tell you everything." A pause. "Then, I want to live without pain, even if it's for a moment. I'm done rotting." Yelena looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped over to the tray, picked up the blue vial, and walked back toward him. The light in the room caught her eyes just right. They looked hard, cold, and calculating. "You lie to me," she said, holding up the vial, "and I'll make sure your new body stays alive through every second of what comes next." She stabbed the injector into his chest and pushed the plunger. The bio-nanites hissed as they entered his bloodstream. Instantly, the blue core in his chest glowed brighter. His body jerked. Muscles twitched. Nerves flared. Skin began to knit together. Bone crackled as it began to realign and grow. Ghost gasped. His breathing sharpened. Yelena grabbed the reactor and ripped it out of his chest. "Gaha!" Ghost screamed in pain. Blood gushed out, but the wound was already healing. 10 minutes passed. The energy rig hissed, then slowly lowered Ghost to the floor. His body convulsed one last time, then settled. The transformation was complete. No more torn muscles, no exposed tech, and no stench of rot. His limbs had regrown. His skin was whole. The scarring was no more, the cybernetic remnants were eaten by the nanites. He looked human. Breathing, alive. He stared at his hands in disbelief and ran trembling fingers across his chest, then his face. His voice came out as a whisper. "I feel warm." He fell to his knees. Yelena stood a few feet away, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "That's enough," she said flatly. "You got your miracle. Now talk." Ghost looked up at her. The mask was gone. His face was lean, drawn from pain and time, but whole. "I'll give you everything," he said. He took a shaky breath and started. "The facility. It's buried in the Arctic shelf, near the old Alpha Station ruins. Deep underground. No satellites ever see it because it doesn't broadcast, and it's in the blind zone. You have to know exactly where to look." He paused, then continued. "It's run by someone you won't believe. His name is Howard Stark." Yelena frowned. "Howard Stark? What the hell are you talking about? You wanna die?" Ghost shook his head. "Not him. Not your Howard. His father." Yelena narrowed her eyes. "Howard Stark. Sr. Anthony Edward Stark's grandfather." "You gotta be kidding me," Yelena mumbled. Everyone who was hearing this conversation from the control room was surprised. Ghost continued. "He faked his death decades ago. He founded a classified program called Project Tomorrow. It was supposed to be the next leap in human evolution, hybrids of man and machine. Living weapons. Thinking machines. Arsenal units." Yelena's eyes widened. She'd heard whispers of the name Arsenal before when she was still a widow. Rumors. Wiped files. The Red Room, back then, tried to find the info on the original project and planned to use it to enhance the widows but failed. He was brilliant. Terrifying. He wanted to crack the limits of biology, defying aging, illness, and even death itself. He thought time was the enemy. So he built the prototype and used himself as the baseline. But there was a failure. A massive explosion occurred at the primary facility. Everyone thought he died. "But he didn't," she said. "No," Ghost replied. "He lived. He is trapped in the prototype exoarmor that he created. It was never meant to be permanent, just a casing for evolution. But after the blast, it fused to him, and there's no way to remove it without killing him. He's been alive in there ever since, barely holding on. Decades. And now," Yelena said, putting it together, "the power source is failing." Ghost nodded. "That armor runs on ancient fuel tech. It's unstable and dying. The only thing powerful enough to sustain him indefinitely is Stark's arc reactor. He's desperate. His body is decaying inside that armor. Every moment is pain. But his mind? He's still the same brilliant man with the obsession of conquering time." Yelena stared at him for a long moment. "Why didn't he just come out? Ask Tony for help?" "He hates Tony and Howard," Ghost said. "He thinks they are weak. He calls Tony a deluded idealist. He wants the future built on his vision, not his grandson's compassion. Why help others by giving away the future when you can control everything and everyone and live like an apex being forever?" Yelena's voice was flat. "What about you? Are there others working with him? What technology does he have?" Ghost looked down. "He promised to cure me. Said if I helped him get the reactor, he'd fix the decay from the phasing tech. Said he'd build me a new body. I didn't think I had a choice. And there's no one left but the two of us. Mandarin was working with us, but they fell in a single night. We turned to Madam Hydra, but Hydra fell the same way, and she was killed. Then we roped in Hammer. We were working with him for a time, but he was also killed. Then came Ross, who promised him the supply of a newly discovered metal in exchange for a new arsenal unit, but he also disappeared. Not to mention, our effort to get the symbiote also failed. Yelena stepped forward. Cloning technology? She asked. She doesn't care about the dead. What caught her attention was the mention of building a new body. Flashback, a few months back. Tony lounged back in a sun chair, black tank top, bare feet on the table, and a plate of cold dumplings next to him. Across from him, Yelena sat cross-legged with a protein bar in one hand and a combat drone diagnostic pad in the other. She was half listening, half scrolling through Widow Squad assessments. Tony was mid-rant, waving chopsticks as he talked. "I'm just saying," he said between bites, "if I wanted to be a god, it'd be easy. I've got the tools, the brains, and now the symbiote and a cosmic box." Yelena rolled her eyes. God complex again? That's what, day 3 in a row? Tony pointed the chopsticks at her. It's not a complex if it's true. And you can't deny the numbers. Global emissions dropped by 42%. AMS scans have saved thousands of lives since launch. Cops are doing much better. Crime rates decreased. Well, I call it progress, although we are far from our main goal. Yelena said, biting into her protein bar. We all know that. You're saving the world. But tell me, Mr. Progress, ever thought about making people? That'd be good for your god complex. Tony blinked. Like, people? Clones, Yelena said casually, scrolling through a report. Bodies. Copies. You know what I mean. Tony chuckled, then paused. That quiet, dangerous pause he did when the gears turned too fast behind his eyes. Funny you mention that, he said slowly, looking out at the ocean. I did design a prototype. A long time ago. Just to see if I could. Yelena looked up. You never told me that. I never told anyone that, he replied. I built it back when I was still running simulations on cellular self-repair. The original goal was to create rapid healing tissue for amputees. But the math didn't stop there. You start layering synthetic chromosomes, pairing them with stabilized telomeric sequences, and you realize, hell, a clone body isn't that hard. It's the consciousness transfer that's the issue. But that can be solved with the neural implant. She narrowed her eyes. So, you made a body? Tony nodded, slowly. Just one. Grown in a chamber. Took 3 months. No brain activity. Just a blank canvas. Pure, lab-grown human tissue. Burned it when I realized I didn't want to go down that road. Why not? He didn't answer right away. Picked up a dumpling, stared at it like it might say something profound. Because if you build a body and figure out how to put a mind into it, you start wondering whose body you'd bring back. And whose soul you'd violate doing it. That kind of tech doesn't belong to anyone. Not even me. Yelena let that settle between them. But you saved the blueprint, she said, already knowing the answer. Tony gave her a dry smile and tapped the side of his head. All in here. A long beat passed. She looked back at her data pad, then paused. You think anyone else figured it out? He nodded. Hard. But not impossible. Present time. The silence thickened after Ghost's last words. Yelena's eyes never left him. Cloning technology, she repeated. You said he promised you a new body. That implies he's cracked it. Did he? Ghost gave a small, tired shake of his head. No. Not fully. It's still in the theoretical phase, he rasped. He has the framework. He understands the core biosculpting process. He's reconstructed some of the cellular engineering. But, the body is still missing a few pieces. Yelena narrowed her eyes. Conscious transfer. Ah. Neural link? And even if he finds a way to do that, the amount of energy needed to pull off something like that would be astronomical. No wonder he needed the arc reactor. Ghost raised his head. If you're going after him, kill him fast. He's not human anymore. Yelena stepped forward, calm and cold. You gave me what I needed, she said quietly. Now sleep. With a flick of her wrist, a needle launched from her glove and buried itself in Ghost's neck with a soft hiss. His body jerked once, then slumped forward, unconscious. Lock him down, Yelena ordered. Level 7 cryo containment. A pair of bots glided forward to follow the order. She turned on her heel and marched out. Arctic drop zone, night. Dark skies and snowstorm. The visibility was nearly zero. A stealth aircraft with no visible markings flew through the storm. Its wings shimmered with a faint light, distorting radar and light signatures. Stark Tech stealth tech at full burn. Inside, the cabin was quiet. Yelena checked her suit one last time. The white nanite armor clung to her like a second skin, pulsing faintly with adaptive heat fields. Her HUD scrolled mission data across her visor. Next to her, Natasha flexed her fingers, the nanites shifting to match. Her suit was more or less identical. The reinforced plates across her shoulders and ribs flared with faint red lines. Final approach, came Hermes' voice over the comms. Landing vector confirmed. No external defenses detected, but jamming is in place. Expect internal resistance. Yelena grinned under her visor. Wouldn't be a party otherwise. The side hatch hissed open. Snow whipped in. The ramp extended with a slow hydraulic grind. Below, the Arctic wasteland stretched to the horizon. No light. No sound. Just ice and wind. Yelena turned to Natasha. You ready for this? Natasha's voice came through. Always. Yelena cracked her knuckles. Time to hunt. They stepped off the ramp. The nanite suits activated drop mode midair. Gravity fields adjusted. 50 meters from the ground, the suits flared with pulse stabilizers and slowed their descent to a controlled hover. They touched down on the ice like ghosts. Yelena tapped her wrist console. A holographic projection appeared, mapping their position and the sub-zero terrain. 2 clicks east. Beneath the shelf. The entrance is locked under 60 meters of reinforced ice. Natasha activated her scanning mode. Thermal pulses pinged beneath them, and the feedback came quick, an underground facility, dormant on the surface but active below. Heat signatures. Energy readings. No guards, she said. Which means it's a trap, Yelena replied. They moved. The suits adjusted to the terrain, nanites shifting to provide traction on the ice. They flew toward the coordinates. Soon they reached their destination. A jagged shelf of ice jutted from the earth. Cracks lined its surface like old scars. At the base was a barely visible fissure, a fracture cut clean into the rock. Yelena crouched, placed a small orb into the gap, and stepped back. Cracking it. The orb pulsed with blue light and melted everything around it in total silence. The fissure widened. Would you look at that? Yelena said in amusement. Energy field. How cute. She aimed her fist and shot a plasma bolt. Crackle. The energy field shattered like glass under the plasma bolt, rippling with electric veins before collapsing in on itself. Yelena stepped forward first, smoke curling off her gauntlet. "Subtle entrance, as always," Natasha muttered. Beneath the ice, a staircase spiraled down into darkness. Cold air hissed upward. Their suits lit automatically, casting soft beams of white along the walls. The metal below was old, brushed steel and titanium alloy, lined with conduits that pulsed red. They descended quickly. As soon as they reached the floor, the dark chamber lit up. Panels along the walls snapped open. From both sides, plasma turrets rose and locked on. "Contact," Yelena called. Turrets opened fire instantly, rapid streams of blue plasma cutting through the air. The plasma blasts hit instantly. Searing streaks of blue energy slammed into Yelena and Natasha, but neither flinched. Their armor shimmered as the shields absorbed every hit with a dull thump, each blast dispersing across the faint blue barrier coating their suits. Yelena cracked her neck. "Cute toys." She raised both arms. Twin lines of light surged from her wrists. The nanites reshaped into twin pulse cannons, crackling with stored charge. She fired. 2 plasma turrets exploded into molten metal, their bases sheared clean off by the impact. Sparks sprayed across the chamber. Natasha was already moving. Her gauntlets shifted mid-step into plasma blades. 3 robots sprinted from the side panels. Humanoid, gleaming with brushed black alloy. They opened fire in perfect formation. Natasha didn't blink. She sprinted into them. A low slide beneath their aim, her blades cutting through steel legs like soft tofu. One bot crumpled. She vaulted up mid-spin, slashing another across the chest. Its torso fell in 2 directions. The third lunged. Natasha caught it by the throat. "You first." Her gauntlet flared as nanites surged outward, snaking into the robot's armor. In seconds, it seized up, limbs locking, servos screaming. Natasha shoved it backward. Yelena caught it midair with a plasma punch that shattered its torso into shrapnel. More came. 10. 20. Their glowing optics lit up the dark as they poured from the walls like insects. They were fast. Coordinated. Armed with pulse blades and plasma rifles. Didn't matter. This oldie created too many toys over the years. Well, more fun for us. Yelena's suit shifted, an arc of drones detached from her back and streaked into the air. They swirled above her like a halo, scanning targets. Then they fired. High-frequency sonic bursts cracked the air, followed by micro-missiles. The robots didn't even get close. Limbs flew. Chassis exploded. One tried to leap for her head, but she grabbed it midair and slammed it headfirst onto the floor. Its skull caved in. Across the room, Natasha moved. Her blades spun into chained whips. She wrapped one around a bot's neck, pulled hard, and ripped it free in a flash of sparks. Another robot jumped from above. She turned, raised her palm, and shot it out of the air with a rail spike to the core. The floor shook as a larger mech dropped into the chamber. 9 feet tall, triple-barreled minigun arms, with thick armor plates and an internal fusion core. It locked onto both of them and fired. The room filled with thunder. Yelena barely moved. Her shoulder plates flared and caught the barrage. The shields pulsed under the strain, flickering, then stabilized. She walked through the storm of bullets, unbothered. "That's useless. Just give up and surrender." "I promise to kill you painfully," Yelena said with an arrogant grin. She raised her arm and fired a single bolt into the mech's knee. The joint exploded. It collapsed with a roar of metal. Natasha flew forward. Her suit was glowing with red-hot energy. She simply punched through the robot. Boom! A giant hole in the chest followed by an explosion. Natasha rolled her shoulder. That all of them? Yelena checked the scanner. For this level. They weren't trying to kill us. Just slow us down. Didn't work. Nope. Natasha pressed her palm on the ground. Let's just blast down to the main chamber instead of wasting time. Natasha stepped forward and aimed her arm at the ground. The gauntlet shifted, building a charge, the nanites around her wrist glowing a deep crimson. Let's see what's down there, she said. The pulse fired with a thunder crack. A focused beam of plasma drilled downward, vaporizing steel, ice, and concrete like paper. A column of steam and dust erupted as the beam carved a direct tunnel straight into the lower depths of the facility. When the light died, a perfect circular hole remained, its walls glowing orange with residual heat. Yelena peered down into the hole. Her visor adjusted for the light contrast, mapping the depth. Straight drop, 70 meters. No defenses triggered, she said. That's what bothers me, Natasha replied. She activated her left wrist, and 5 drones shot out. They spiraled down into the shaft in stealth mode, scanning every inch as they descended. She didn't move. Her gaze stayed locked on the dark hole, expression unreadable behind her visor. Something's off, she muttered. Yelena turned to her. You thinking what I'm thinking? If this guy's really Tony's grandfather, Natasha said, he's a genius. Which means this is all too easy. Yelena nodded. Agreed. I was expecting more resistance. Exactly. Their suits were among the most advanced on Earth. Each had adaptive shielding, real-time combat AI, regenerative armor, and deep field sensory mapping. But even the best tech in the world couldn't guarantee survival if they walked into a mind like Tony's, which has gone cold, obsessive, and unhinged. They stepped back from the hole. Yelena raised her wrist and expanded the drone feed on a holographic display. The live video was split into 5 perspectives. Each drone glided smoothly through the vertical tunnel, scanning as they moved. No tripwires. No defense grids. No interference. That alone was alarming. Either this place is dead, Yelena said, or someone wants us to think that. Natasha scanned the room again, eyes sweeping over the walls, floor, and ceiling. The bots they destroyed had been fast, coordinated, and dangerous but too weak. She shook her head. No way this is his best. Not if he's half the genius Tony is. Yelena moved to the far corner of the chamber and tapped the wall. The nanites around her fingers pulsed, searching for embedded tech. Nothing. Not even basic shielding. A split-second flicker. Then their HUDs lit up red. Warning. Energy spike detected, non-standard fusion core. Estimated detonation, 5 seconds. Both women reacted instantly. They flew up, smashing through the ceiling and bursting into the open sky, snow whipping past them as the air howled in the Arctic dark. Behind them, the ground cracked. A massive pulse of blue-white energy surged upward through the tunnel like a volcanic eruption. The explosion tore through the ice and metal with blinding force. A column of fire and light roared into the sky, stretching hundreds of meters, followed by a deep, concussive blast that flattened everything in a mile-wide radius. The shockwave hit them mid-air, but they stayed locked in formation, stabilizing even as chunks of ice and metal shot past them like shrapnel. They climbed higher, watching from above as the entire shelf imploded in on itself. Nothing was left. Only a crater where the underground base had once been, now glowing faintly beneath drifting ash and snow. Natasha's voice finally crackled through the comms. Trap. Their HUD screamed a warning again. Incoming object, high velocity. A giant fist punched up through the smoke and snow, aiming straight for Yelena. But her suit was faster. She twisted mid-air, letting her armor's gravity field pull her down and to the side. The robotic fist missed by inches. She spun around and raised both arms. Her gauntlets shifted, forming twin missile pods. Wrong girl to swing at. She fired. A swarm of micromissiles flew toward the crater. They hit with a series of controlled detonations, lighting up the snow like daylight. From the crater, a shape rose. Huge. Towering. A giant robot stood in the smoke. Over 20 feet tall. Its armor was black and silver, glowing with red lines. Energy shield. Heavy plating. It looked like a giant mecha. But not as good as the ones Tony made. It looked like a cheap knockoff. Inside the chest of the machine, sealed in a cockpit of clear armor, sat Howard Stark Sr. His body was wrapped in a web of wires and cybernetic implants. His face was pale, stretched thin over bone. Tubes were fed into his neck and chest. His eyes glowed red. One big and one small. He grinned. Yelena Belova. Natasha Romanoff. I've heard much about you both. Natasha landed beside Yelena. Yelena's gauntlets shifted into pulse cannons. Two turrets popped up from her shoulders. Her white suit transformed into pitch black with red linings. She was in attack mode. While Natasha's suit began to shift form, it bulged up like a Hulkbuster. She will tank the attack and provide cover fire. You look worse for a dead old fart, Yelena shouted. The robot raised both arms. Cannons unfolded from his shoulders. His voice came through speakers with a metallic echo. You don't understand what I've built, he said. This machine is evolution. This is the future. Yelena smirked. Looks like a trash can with limbs. Natasha planted her feet wide. Her suit finished shifting, thick armor plates clicking into place. The Buster mode was ready. Let's end this. Howard's mech moved first. Fast. Too fast for something that big. He rushed forward and swung a massive fist at Natasha. She caught it with both arms. Metal slammed into reinforced nanite plating. The shockwave cracked the ice beneath her, but she held steady. Her boots locked down, repulsors flaring. Yelena launched into the air. Missiles fired from her back. Dozens. They curved through the air and slammed into the mech's side. Explosions lit the sky. Smoke burst out. Howard spun and fired his shoulder cannons. Plasma bolt streaked through the air. Yelena twisted mid-flight. Her armor absorbed the hits. The energy shields flared but held. She dropped low, then fired twin pulse blasts into the mech's knees. Direct hit. The mech staggered. Natasha took her chance. She charged forward and slammed her full weight into the mech's chest. Her fists, now the size of car tires, struck with bone-breaking power. The shield shattered. Metal dented. Circuit sparked. The cockpit window cracked. Inside, Howard snarled. You think I didn't plan for this moment? The mech's chest opened. A wave of drones poured out, small and fast, glowing red with heat blades. Yelena spun around. Her shoulder turrets rotated and started blasting the drones out of the air. Sonic bursts shattered metal. Plasma darts ripped through wings. Ha ha ha. This is so freaking fun. She was laughing and enjoying the situation. After months of boring training and testing in a controlled area, she was finally having a real fight. And she was excited. More drones kept coming. Natasha pulled out 2 energy blades from her back. She cut through the drones with the force of a storm. Each swing left melted scraps flying. Sparks danced in the air. The mech grabbed her from behind. Its massive arms locked around her. It started to squeeze. Her HUD blinked with damage alerts. "Nat!" Yelena shouted. "You are getting sloppy." "I've got this," Natasha yelled back. She braced, then fired a full shockwave. The explosion blew the mech's arms apart. Natasha turned around and threw a vicious punch at the cockpit again. The robot flew back from the impact. Yelena flew in fast. Her hands reformed into a massive rail cannon. She aimed at the cracked cockpit. "Say hi to hell." She fired. The shot tore through the air and hit dead center. The cockpit exploded into flames and glass. The mech stumbled backward, sparks pouring from its chest. Inside, Howard screamed. His body jerked as wires ripped free. The mech systems went haywire. Yelena landed in front of the burning giant. "Any last words, Grandpa Stark? Or not?" "I don't care." She shot another charged shot at Stark Sr. However, a tiny pink portal opened before him, and the shot disappeared. Then the fire disappeared. Bamf! A red-skinned man appeared before Stark Sr. Yelena opened fire, but the red man grabbed Stark Sr. and disappeared with another bamf sound. What the hell? Natasha looked up into the night sky and saw a man in a red and purple suit and a helmet, flying in the air. Behind him were 3 other people. A young guy who was playing with a lighter, a girl with pinkish skin, and the red-skinned man with Howard Stark Sr. on his shoulder. They were standing on a thin metal platform. "The storm has stopped." The man in purple raised his right hand. The shattered metal around them began to groan. Pieces of the destroyed mech, broken drones, and fragments of the facility lifted into the air like leaves in a storm. He turned his fist slowly. The floating metal began to twist. Long shards stretched out, sharp. Thousands of them. They formed a spinning halo over Natasha and Yelena. Yelena's voice crackled in Natasha's comms. "Metal control? Isn't that the Eric guy? How did they know about Magneto?" Tony told them. "Magneto right now hasn't done anything drastic. This is his first step after leaving the school. As for what deal they made, we'll see that later." "Yes," Natasha said, stepping forward. Her armor was shifting back to combat mode. "Looks like that old fart made a deal with Magneto." "Great," Yelena muttered as she cracked her neck and activated the overdrive mode. The nanites shifted, increasing the combat capabilities to max. Because one old cyborg and a robot swarm weren't enough. "Let's go with Plan D," Natasha said. The man in purple floated lower, his voice calm and deep. "Leave." Yelena disappeared from Magneto's vision. She was right there before him a second ago. A shadow appeared behind the red-skinned guy, followed by a brutal kick. Yelena grabbed Stark Sr. and injected him with untraceable nanites almost instantly. Considering their mutation of teleportation and portals, they will definitely escape. And searching for them would be difficult and extra work. So, even though she could have killed that old fart, she decided not to. He was more valuable alive than dead. Now, if they take him to their base, the nanites will send a signal. Magneto's base will be exposed. Should we use the mutant killing mode? Yelena asked Nat over secure comms. Don't. Stick to the plan. This way, we'll be able to take them down together, Natasha replied. Bamf. Yelena pretended to slow down just a bit for the red guy to take Stark Sr. back. She then shot back and unleashed the uni-beam. Eat shit. Metal Man. Yelena unleashed the uni-beam. A brilliant column of energy tore through the air, aimed straight at Magneto. Blink reacted instantly, her eyes flashing as she whipped her arm and opened a swirling portal in front of him. The beam vanished into the pink vortex and reappeared behind Natasha. It struck her center mass. The ice cracked under the blast, and smoke billowed in every direction. But when the light cleared, Natasha was still standing. Her armor, pulsing red, had absorbed the full hit. Steam hissed off her shoulders as the energy diffused into internal capacitors. Natasha raised both arms, locked onto Blink, and fired twin repulsor beams. Blink spun mid-air, hands flaring. 2 more portals snapped open, catching the blasts and tossing them harmlessly into the frozen sky. The beams disappeared into the distance, slicing through the northern clouds. Magneto narrowed his eyes. His hand lifted. Metal shards around them began to tremble. He clenched his fist. Nothing happened. He raised his other hand, veins straining as he tried to seize control of the Widow armor. The nanites rippled across Yelena's body, but they didn't bend. Natasha's armor remained still, unmoved. His fingers twitched. His power surged. Still nothing. Yelena smirked. Oh. How cute. Magneto's expression darkened. For the first time, doubt flickered across his face. Behind him, Blink looked to the others. Time to go. She opened a portal beside her and gestured. Azazel vanished in a puff of red smoke, reappearing inside Blink's portal with Stark Sr. over his shoulder. The old cyborg was barely conscious, wires dangling, eyes dim. Blink held the portal open, her focus razor-sharp, sweat beating at her temple from the strain. Pyro stepped toward it next, flames dancing between his fingers. Blink followed him, holding the portal. Then came another attack. Hundreds of Alpha-class drones burst out of Natasha and Yelena's armor like a swarm of hornets. They locked on instantly, red beams charging at their cores. Their suits flared, arms raised, guiding the assault with synchronized precision. The drones unleashed hell. Converging lasers, high-frequency pulses, and kinetic burst rounds, all focused on the mutant still standing on that floating metal platform. Magneto turned his head, just slightly. For a moment, it looked like his eyes glowed with a silver hue. The attacks hit a wall. A shimmering force field snapped into place around him and the others, pulsing with violet energy. Every beam, every pulse, every impact hit the barrier and slid off, redirected harmlessly into the sky. Nothing got through. Magneto hovered just above the frozen crater, his cape billowing in the icy wind. He looked down at Yelena and Natasha, then let out a quiet breath. His voice cut through the storm, calm and deliberate. We'll meet again. And next time, it won't be this easy. He turned away. Yelena watched the portal flicker behind him, eyes narrowed. That bastard can even use force fields, she muttered, shaking her head. Damn it. The last mutant stepped into the portal, and the vortex collapsed behind them, leaving nothing but snow, steam, and the low hum of dying energy. Silence. Natasha exhaled, watching the sky. He's building something. Yeah, Yelena replied, her grin slowly returning. And we just stepped into his trailer. Natasha tapped her wrist. Hermes. Begin perimeter scan. If that oldie left anything behind, I want it found. Unknown Island, Magneto's base. The Brotherhood's base was built deep into the rock of a remote island, surrounded by impenetrable storms and electromagnetic distortion fields that masked it from all satellite tracking. Every hallway pulsed with soft white-blue light, powered by a power source Forge had built. Azazel reappeared in a flash of red smoke, cradling the broken frame of Howard Stark Sr. His boots hit the ground with a thud, and the old man groaned. Wires dragged across the floor, still sparking, leaking weak signals. His chest unit flickered like a dying ember. Forge stood waiting at the far end of the chamber, sleeves rolled, visor gleaming with lines of data. His arms were already coated in modular tech tools. Azazel dropped Stark Sr. onto the operating table. "He's yours." Forge stepped forward, scanning instantly. His voice was calm. "He's cooked. Fusion cells collapsing. Systemic decay in every organic component. Nerve webs barely hanging together." He turned to the massive pod beside him, an incubation chamber pre-fitted with an advanced neurosync rig. "I can stabilize him. Replace the fuel core with something cleaner. Give him a month of uptime before we need to resync." He paused, narrowing his eyes. "Well, he better be worth it." Behind them, the chamber doors slid open with a hiss. Magneto entered without a word, cape trailing behind him. Pyro followed close, flipping the lighter as usual. Pyro glanced at the old man, then turned to Magneto. "We really saving this relic? This guy looks like he belongs in a scrap heap. What's the play here?" Forge didn't look up. "The play is survival. And options." Pyro raised a brow. "So that's it? You let those two walk. You saved Frankenstein's great-granddad. And now we're supposed to just wait around while you hope this guy does, what? Help us upgrade our helmets? We have Forge here. You are telling me there's something about technology even he doesn't know?" Magneto stepped forward until he stood before the operating table. He looked at Stark Sr. with a faint, amusing smile. Stark Sr.'s remaining eye fluttered open. He tried to speak, but his vocal processor had shorted out. All that came was a strained, mechanical wheeze. "He is a bridge," Magneto said. "Between what the world fears and what it doesn't understand." Pyro scoffed. "You mean between mutants and machines?" "No," Magneto replied. "Between evolution and its next step. Stark Sr. understands artificial transference. Neural mapping. Body replication. We have strength, power, gifts, but we also have limits. Shortened lifespans. Rare compatibility. Vulnerability to weapons we still can't counter. He can change that. Yup. He can create clones, and my tech can extract mutations and memories. If someone dies, we can simply transfer their memories and mutation to another body. Think of it as eternal life," Forge said while prepping up the dying oldie. "And those two?" he finally asked. "You let them walk away. You could have ended them." Magneto turned, locking eyes with him. "Killing them would have started a war. And wars burn cities. But they also burn the people we're trying to protect." He stepped closer, his voice steady, low. "You saw their armor. They were dangerous. We don't know who backs them, who they report to, or how deep their network runs. And I won't risk a Brotherhood uprising being wiped out in retaliation." He gestured to Stark Sr.'s broken body. "But now, we have something they don't. A mind that's beaten time itself. And soon, we'll have a way to rewrite what it means to be mutant." Forge looked up, eyeing Magneto through the flicker of a lens. "I can keep him alive. But if he wants to work, he'll need a new interface. And full neural stabilization." His body rose into the rig, cables locking in, ports connecting. En Route 2 Starfire Base, stealth jet. Inside, Yelena reclined in her seat, her armor peeled halfway back into casual mode, nanites forming a tight combat suit over her torso but leaving her arms and shoulders bare. She let out a large yawn. Natasha stood by the cockpit, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the holofeed projected from the nanite transmitter still broadcasting from deep inside Howard Stark Sr.'s body. The signal was crystal clear. They had heard everything, from Forge's clone transfer theory to Magneto's speech about rewriting evolution. All of it. The Brotherhood's base. Their plan. Their assets. And their intent. Yelena reached for a protein bar and bit into it without breaking her grin. So let me get this straight. Mutant cloning. Mutation memory transfer. Eternal life. Using our boyfriend's zombie grandpa as the USB drive. Yeah, Natasha said coolly. That about sums it up. Yelena chewed for a moment, then leaned back. God, I love this job. Natasha tapped her wrist. The projection zoomed in on Stark Sr.'s suspended body. Biometric data streamed beside his image. Forge's tools were rebuilding him. Mapping his neural structure. Bolting on fresh systems. We have less than 1 month to prepare. Well, Tony will be back by then. For now, let's keep an eye on them. Above Earth, Starfire ship. The Starfire blinked and stopped outside Earth. The FTL stopped, and the ship began to move again. The hull glowed faintly as it passed through the upper atmosphere, heat shielding in full effect. Inside the ship, the crew stood ready. All of them wore sealed suits for containment. Tony stood at the front of the bridge. Elena, bring us down to Starfire base. Platform 2. Course locked, Elena said. ETA, 2 minutes. Behind him, Sue, Johnny, and Ben stood silent. Tony opened a channel to the base. Nat, we're coming in hot. I need the second floor sealed. Full containment protocols. Nobody enters without my say-so. Natasha's voice came through fast. Already on it. The quarantine chamber is active. Airlocks primed. No one goes near it. Good. Keep it that way. Outside, the desert came into view. Soon, the ship landed without any problem. The nanites were humming and shifting on the surface, creating a faint energy field around it to prevent intruders. Inside Starfire base, landing bay. Tech crews were waiting behind the glass wall. So were scientists from NASA and several other observers. Among them stood Howard Stark. Behind him, NASA's lead astrophysicist and 2 data analysts whispered as the ship powered down. The ramp lowered, then Tony's voice came over the speakers. No contact. We've been exposed to cosmic radiation with unknown effects. So, we're going into lockdown. And I know, many of you want data more than anything. I'll release it when I'm ready. The crew walked down the ramp slowly. The scientists looked at them as the team passed through a sterilization field and moved to the secured elevator. Inside, Tony tapped his wrist. Nat, doors? Open, she replied. The elevator dropped fast, then stopped at the second level. The doors opened into a large white room. It was clean and sterile. Every surface is coated in decontamination panels. The door sealed behind them with a heavy thud. It was the first room on the floor. The floor has all the required equipment and food supplies to last for a month. Plus, there are rooms and other necessary forms of entertainment. Well, they were inside quarantine now. Tony deactivated his suit. He looked weary but alert. We stay here until we know what we're dealing with, he said. No exceptions. Ben sat on the couch with a heavy sigh after deactivating his nanite suit, his shoulders stiff. Even if it takes weeks? As long as it takes, Tony answered. Sue deactivated her armor and walked straight to the bathroom. Well, I'm going to take a nice cold bath. Johnny went straight to the fridge and took out a soda can, popped it open, and took a swig. HAA. That hits the spot. Well, as long as you got food and drink. His eyes fell on the gaming room. And that. I'm good. He pointed his finger toward the room. Above, control room. Natasha assigned enough widows and robots around the ship to prevent the intruders. Melina was leading the guards, so not even a mosquito would get past them. Howard watched quietly. As she finished giving the last order, he walked up to her. You worried? He asked. Natasha didn't answer right away. Yes. Was actually. Now that he's back. I can finally let go of that stuffy feeling, she finally said. But you were more worried than anyone. Even with your new enhanced body, your blood pressure was high. Yeah, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. But. Phew. Howard took a deep breath. God, I'm glad they are back without any accident or anything like that. Behind them, NASA officials started talking fast, asking for updates, access, and data. One of them stepped forward. We need to begin analysis. The world saw them land. The public knows the mission was a success. The president is requesting a full debrief. Howard turned to face them. Tony will give you what he can. When it's safe. Until then, no one steps foot on that level. But this is a historic moment, one scientist said. We have a right to know what happened. Howard's voice was calm. Kid. Lower that tone and attitude. We've allowed you and your team here with zero contribution to this mission. That's all the right you get and have. So, be patient or the door's that way. Back to Tony. Later that night. Tony sat at a small table, a hot cup of tea in his hands, in his room. He tapped the screen on the wall. A moment passed. Then Maria Stark's face appeared, blurry for a second, before the signal cleared. She looked tired but relieved the second she saw him. Tony, she said softly. Hey, Mom, he said, smiling a little. Still awake? Maria nodded. Of course. I couldn't sleep until I saw you. On the other screen, Howard stepped into frame. He looked like he'd aged 5 years in the few days Tony had been gone. His expression was tense at first, then he exhaled and gave Tony a look only a father could give. You all right? Howard asked. Tony gave a small nod. Yeah. We're all back in one piece. Maria's voice was gentle. We were so worried. The news caught on quickly. Everyone's talking about the ship. The landing. And then you just vanished into your base. Tony chuckled. Yeah. Typical Stark fashion. Big entrance, dramatic silence. Howard leaned forward. Did something happen out there? Tony hesitated for a second, then nodded. Let's just say we got caught in a cosmic storm and found some answers out there. I'll explain later. But we are all right. Just need to stay in lockdown for safety. You know how it is. Maria nodded slowly. All right. You take the time you need. Just, don't keep us in the dark too long. I won't, Tony said. I'll check in once we have more answers. Howard looked like he wanted to say more, but he just nodded and stepped back. Maria smiled gently before the screen faded to black. Tony sat there for a moment, holding his cup, staring at the wall. His thoughts were racing, but he kept his face calm. He took a sip, leaned back in his chair, and let the silence settle. Then, he decided to take a walk and maybe talk to Sue. Down the hall, Johnny was already deep into a racing game, yelling at the screen. Ben had passed out on the couch with a half-eaten protein bar in his hand. Sue was in her room, reading through the ship logs on a tablet. The door was slightly open. Tony knocked gently on the door. It creaked open a little more. Sue looked up from the tablet, her hair still damp from the bath. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, wearing a plain black tee and sweats, the glow from the screen lighting up her face. She looked tired, but focused. "Hey," Tony said, leaning on the doorframe. "Hey," she replied, setting the tablet aside. "Couldn't sleep either?" He shook his head. "Tried. Brain still doing laps around the sun." Sue gave him a small smile. "Figures. What's on your mind?" Tony stepped in and sat in the chair by her desk. "Was going to ask you the same thing. You're still going through the logs? Just making sure everything matches what Elena recorded. I keep thinking I missed something." She rubbed her forehead. "I mean, you said it before, but still. I just need to find out more. Like, it still doesn't make sense. That storm should have killed us." "It didn't," Tony said. "Somehow, we adapted. Or maybe it changed to meet us halfway. Still working on that part." Sue nodded slowly, then looked up at him. "Do you think this is permanent? This heightened energy level and this weirdly strong feeling?" "I don't know," Tony said honestly. "But it feels stable. Doesn't feel like a power-up with a time limit. More like a reset. Like our bodies are running on something new. Think of it as evolution." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "That's what scares me." Tony leaned forward a bit, resting his arms on his knees. "Sue. I know you're trying to keep everyone safe. Keep yourself grounded. But you don't have to carry all of it alone. Not tonight." Sue looked at him for a long moment. Her shoulders dropped slightly, and she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. "You're right," she said quietly. I don't know how to switch it off sometimes." "Same," Tony said with a tired grin. "But we made it back. Everyone's alive. And we have time to figure out what comes next." He stood and nodded toward the bed. "Get some sleep. You earned it. We all did. Maybe not Johnny. He's in there yelling at a game like we didn't almost get cooked alive." Sue chuckled softly. "That sounds about right." Tony headed for the door, then paused. "If anything feels off. I mean, anything. You call me, all right?" "I will," she said. "And Tony?" He turned. "Thanks. For not doing this alone and trusting me." He gave her a soft look. "Anytime." Then he stepped out and let the door close behind him. Morning, quarantine level, Starfire base. Ben woke up with a loud groan, one hand rubbing his face, the other pressing against something oddly hard and uneven. He blinked. Everyone was staring at him. Tony, Sue, and Johnny were standing nearby. All with the same weird look, part surprise, part disbelief. Johnny had a soda in hand and was clearly trying not to laugh. His cheeks were puffed, mouth twitching. "What?" Ben grumbled, his voice deeper than usual. "Rougher." No one answered. Ben pushed himself up, and that's when he noticed it. The couch beneath him, correction, what used to be a couch, was now a shattered pile of splinters, bent metal, and torn fabric. It looked like it had gone 10 rounds with a wrecking ball. The floor underneath groaned slightly as he stood. And then he noticed the change, saw his hands. What the hell? They were huge. His fingers were thicker than soda cans. His skin was no longer skin. It looked like stone. Not just rough or cracked, but solid, as if sculpted from burnt orange granite, with thick ridges and seam lines across his knuckles and forearms. He looked down at his body. His shirt was torn apart, and his skin was stone with cracked lines all over. He ran his fingers over his chest. Panic kicked in. His breath came faster. He looked down at his arms, chest, legs, all of it was transformed. Massive, solid, and strangely symmetrical. His entire body had changed overnight, and he hadn't even felt it. "What the hell is this?" he shouted, stumbling back into the wall, which cracked from the impact. Sue stepped forward instinctively, but Tony raised a hand, keeping everyone back. "Ben," Tony said, calm and direct. "Look at me." Ben turned, chest heaving. His new form towered over the others, but his eyes were wide with fear. "Whatever's happening, it's part of the change. That's why we are here, aren't we?" Tony said. "Just stay still. Let me scan you. No one's hurt. You're okay. You're going to be okay. I promise." Ben swallowed hard and nodded, barely. "All right, just take a seat on the floor and let me arrange the scanner," Tony said calmly. "All right. I trust you, Stark." Ben just sat on the floor, his eyes never leaving his arms. Behind him, Johnny finally lost it and burst out laughing. "Oh man. You look like a walking brick pizza oven." Sue elbowed him. Hard. "Ow. What?" "He does." Tony wheeled over the portable bioarray scanner, a nanite-forged medical rig that unfolded in front of Ben with soft hydraulic hisses. He tapped a few commands on his wrist, and the scanner activated with a gentle pulse of blue light that washed over Ben from head to toe. The room fell into complete silence. Tony's eyes narrowed as layer after layer of internal data scrolled across his HUD. Molecular structure, organ maps, cellular patterns. All rendered in rotating 3D. Johnny leaned in over his shoulder, but Sue pulled him back with a glance. Sue narrowed her eyes after seeing the scan results. Cosmic signature, active. Molecular structure, altered. Skeletal structure, crystallized compression mass. Internal and external organs, stable, composition, unknown mineral bioform. Neural link, uninterrupted. Vital signs, green. Both of them looked back at Ben with a curious glance. Ben noticed their glance and quickly asked, "How terrible is it?" "Just so you know, I used to smoke in my college days." Tony stayed quiet for a moment, staring back at the data. Finally, he looked up at Ben again. "All right. Here's the truth," he said, his voice level. "Your physiology has been fundamentally rewritten. Every cell in your body now operates like a living mineral structure. Your entire biology is reinforced with a crystalline matrix I've never seen before." Ben frowned. "So I'm a rock monster." Tony exhaled, standing straight. "You're not a monster. You are a living proof of cosmic evolution. A superhuman." Ben looked down at his hands again, turning them slowly, the stone creaking faintly as his fingers flexed. "Is it permanent?" he asked quietly. "Am I stuck like this?" Sue leaned forward. "Ben. I need to know," Ben said, cutting her off. "Is it permanent? Is this gonna kill me in a week, or what?" Tony stepped closer, meeting his eyes. "No," he said simply. "You're not dying. It's the opposite." He did some quick calculations and rescanned Ben. In simple words: super strength, stamina, endurance, and your body doesn't rely on oxygen the same way anymore. Hell, you could probably survive the space vacuum without anything. Ben blinked. Seriously? Yup. Tony nodded. Silence settled over the room again. Ben looked down at his hands and flexed his fingers. They moved just fine, but he still looked like he didn't trust them. Still feel like me, he said quietly. Just heavier. Johnny chimed in, grinning. Heavier? Dude, you dented the floor just standing up. Ben gave him a slow look. You wanna be next, pretty boy? Johnny snorted. Yup, that's definitely still you. Tony gave Ben a slight smile. Look. This might not be what you expected, but it's not the end of anything. It's a start. And I have a solution. Ben raised a brow. Solution? Yeah. If I can somehow control that cosmic energy in your body, then you should be able to transform back and forth between your human and rock form, Tony said with an amusing smile as he was already formulating a solution in his head. Alright, Ben said. I trust you, Tony. Tony gave him a quiet nod. Just leave it to me. Johnny finally spoke again, this time with a little less joking in his voice. Dude. You know you just survived a direct hit from a cosmic storm and woke up stronger than ever, right? Like, you're literally built different now. Ben rolled his eyes. Yeah, but my couch didn't make it. So, what about us? She asked, eyes flicking to Ben's new form. Do you think we'll change too? Tony was still looking at the scan data when he answered. Probably. He looked up. That storm didn't just rewrite Ben. It passed through all of us. We don't know how or when it'll show up. Could be slow. Could hit all at once. But whatever's happening, it's not done. Johnny lowered his soda can. Okay, now I'm listening. Sue crossed her arms, her voice tight. And the people here? Contamination risk? Tony shook his head. Already checked. No radiation leaks, no airborne particles. The energy is embedded at a cellular level. We're not contagious. They let that sink in. Ben sat quietly, arms resting on his knees. He wasn't panicking anymore. Just thinking. Tony continued, but we're still pulling out. This level's no longer enough. Johnny looked up. Wait, pulling out where? Tony's expression shifted into something sharper, more focused. Horizon Island. Sue raised an eyebrow. Horizon Island? Tony nodded. Yup. That's my home and island. Sealed, secure, off-grid, and equipped for high-level field testing. We've got full containment protocols, training environments, diagnostics, deep lab access, everything we need. Johnny leaned back on the wall. So we're moving into the cool house? Exactly, Tony said. Until we understand what's happening, we keep this tight. No leaks. No outsiders. Sooner or later, the rest of us will awaken powers. So, we'll train, adapt, and find a way to use these powers to do some good. Of course, if anyone wants to back out, they are free to do so. There'll be a cure ready soon. Well, we'll move in 2 days. The quarantine had ended. Well, mostly. Tony, Sue, and Johnny stepped out into the base's main corridor, dressed in clean, casual gear. The nanite armor was deactivated, stored for now in their bracelets. But Ben? Ben stayed behind. The quarantine chamber had been repurposed. Reinforced. Stocked with high-density protein meals, gravity-tested furniture, steel-framed recliners, and concrete-reinforced bathroom flooring. It looked more like a tactical bunker than a break room. Tony had outfitted the place personally. He needs time, Tony thought. And a place that won't collapse under him every time he breathes. Johnny had tried to bring him a stack of comics and snacks, but the moment he started messing with Ben, his access was revoked. Now it was just Ben, his new body, and a slowly building peace. Around noon, Tony walked into the base's high tower chamber, where floor-to-ceiling glass panels overlooked the desert horizon. Natasha was already there, arms folded, standing beside a floating HUD that displayed real-time surveillance data. She turned as he entered. "You look like hell," she said. "In a good way." Tony gave a faint smile. "Takes one to know. Any drama while I was kissing solar flares?" Natasha's jaw tightened. "We need to talk." Tony raised an eyebrow. "That's never a good opener." Natasha didn't waste time. She brought up a live feed of the containment vault beneath Starfire Base. Inside, suspended in cryolock, was a naked man. "That's Ghost," Natasha said. "He tried to infiltrate the base while you were gone." Tony's eyes narrowed. "He tried to steal the arc reactor." "Exactly." Fool walked straight into the trap. Yelena led the takedown. Contained him in an adaptive nanite cell. He was decaying. Literally rotting from the inside out. Phasing tech screwed up his DNA. Well, as you can see, Yelena fixed him. But he was too dangerous to let go, since he knows too much. "Did he speak?" Tony asked. "After interrogation," she said. "He cracked. Told us who sent him." The air between them shifted. Tony's voice was flat. "Who?" Natasha looked him dead in the eye. "Howard Stark. Senior." Tony didn't react at first. Then he blinked. "Once. That's not possible. He died years ago, like 50 or more." "No," Natasha said. "He faked it. Hid underground. Built an exoshell prototype and used himself as the baseline for some experiment called Project Tomorrow. He survived the explosion and kept upgrading himself. Barely alive. Half machine. Obsessed with beating death." Tony didn't speak. He just turned away, hands at his sides. He looked outside. Natasha continued, slower now. "Ghost said he needed your arc reactor to power a full resurrection. His old tech was failing. So, we attacked his base. But we didn't get to kill him." Tony turned his head. "Why not?" "Because Magneto showed up." Tony's stare sharpened. Natasha brought up the next clip, footage of a metal storm exploding outward from an Arctic crater, followed by Magneto himself, hovering above the wreckage, flanked by Blink, Azazel, and Pyro. "They took Stark Sr., she said. Right before we could finish him." Tony took a breath, then walked forward slowly. "Good call. Is the bug still working?" he asked. "Huh. You knew we bugged him?" she asked. "Duh. With the armor you two have, killing them on the spot would have been a cinch. But you let them go to find their base and take them down together. Just like fish in a barrel." Tony turned back with his signature smirk. "Am I right?" "Cocky as usual," Natasha said. First Skrulls, he thought. Now Zombie Grandpa and Magneto's band? Well, things are finally getting interesting. He took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. Let's go one step at a time. First, find out my evolved power, train, find those bastards and mess them up. I guess, I need to create an official superhero team, huh? Oh, by the way, Natasha said, opening the public news. Social media is a mess. Are you going to make a public appearance and, give a speech, maybe? And those NASA scientists are breathing down our necks for data, always bringing in the president as if they did all the work and we were just sucking our thumbs. Yeah, tomorrow evening. Call Dad and let him know. We are going to New York, Tony said. Starfire Base. Garage, same time. The garage echoed with the rhythmic clank of tools and the low thrum of an energy calibrator. Yelena was crouched beside her bike, sleeves rolled, fingers stained with nanite gel as she adjusted the energy intake on the fusion core. Her bike was a lean, matte black beast, part street predator, part military tech. The kind of machine that growled even when idle. Johnny Storm walked in, sipping the last of a smoothie he'd found in the base cafeteria fridge, because of course he did. He spotted her instantly. Well, if it isn't the blonde, he said with a grin, tossing the empty cup into a bin. Didn't think you were the grease under the fingernails type. Yelena didn't look up. And here I thought you'd still be passed out from button mashing in the gaming room. Johnny stepped closer, eyeing her bike. Nice ride. You built it yourself, or Tony gift wrapped that for you with a "don't scratch the paint" note? Yelena clicked a panel shut and stood, wiping her hands on a rag. I built it. Unlike you, who probably can't even change a tire without asking Ben for help. Johnny smirked. Please. I built my first bike when I was 15. Outran a cop on it, too. Let me guess, she said. Downhill? He laughed. You're fast with the mouth. But I bet that pile of metal wouldn't last 3 miles in the desert. Yelena raised an eyebrow. You want to test that? Johnny tilted his head, the challenge gleaming in his eyes. Desert sprint. No rules, no limits. First one to reach the town and then come back to the base, wins. Yelena crossed her arms. And the loser? He shrugged. Posts a public video on their personal feed declaring, and I quote, I am the supreme loser, and the better rider spanked me into the dust. Unedited. One take. She grinned, slow and dangerous. Deal. He grinned back. Try not to cry when you're eating my dust. Yelena walked past him, casually tossing the rag over her shoulder. Dust doesn't scare me. Only thing I'm worried about is how much crow you can swallow. Johnny clapped his hands together. This is going to be fun. Outside, the desert waited. Endless sun and open terrain, and no one to stop them. Inside the base, Tony's voice echoed faintly over the intercom. Any unauthorized use of Stark vehicles for racing will result in mockery and memes. You have been warned. Johnny grinned wider. He got Melina's bike after nearly going to his knees and begging her to let him borrow it. Johnny begged. That was new. No one saw, so it's all good. I'll risk it. From the upper level. Tony stood on the balcony, looking down. I wonder if you are gonna awaken your power now, or I have to arrange ice skating. The wind tore across the open terrain. Dust swirled behind 2 fast-moving shadows that streaked over the sun-baked ground. Yelena was ahead by half a bike length, crouched low over the handlebars. Her matte black machine hummed like a beast on a leash, suspension eating every bump in the uneven terrain like it wasn't even there. The heat didn't faze her. Neither did the roaring engine just behind her. Johnny Storm was close. Too close. The engine roared as he gunned it harder. He gritted his teeth behind the helmet. Sand sprayed past his visor. The sun beat down on his back. Yelena wasn't even breaking a sweat. Come on, he muttered. I am not losing to a blonde in eyeliner. She glanced back, her braids snapping in the wind like a flag of victory. Johnny growled and twisted the throttle to max. The engine howled. The bike surged forward, cutting into Yelena's lead. The speedometer flickered red. He passed 90, then 100, then more. Yelena's smirk vanished. She leaned in. Her bike's reactor kicked up a level, sending out a visible heat shimmer as she pulled ahead again. They hit the halfway point and spun around a dry riverbed, just outside the town. A sharp drift. Dust clouded the air as both riders skidded and powered into the turn. Heading back now. Horizon Base was just visible in the distance. Yelena widened her lead. Johnny slammed his hand down on the console. Oh, come on. His vision blurred slightly. The heat wasn't just from the bike. His arms were burning. Tiny flickers danced along his sleeves. Gold-orange licks of fire crawled over his shoulders, trailing from his skin like smoke from a fuse. What the hell? He started, but his voice broke off. The flame spread fast. It started at his fingertips, then crawled up his arms, along his chest, and down his legs. His whole body glowed. The air around him shimmered. His visor darkened automatically, trying to compensate for the light. The fire didn't hurt. But the bike couldn't handle it. The engine coughed. The wheels buckled. A sudden hiss burst from the energy coils and the metal beneath him warped, the temperature spike frying the stabilizers. Uh-oh. The bike snapped sideways at 200 kilometers per hour. It exploded in sparks and shattered plating as it slammed into a low ridge. Johnny was thrown through the air, a comet in human form. He hit the sand, bounced once, rolled, then skidded to a smoking halt. A deep trench carved itself in the dirt behind him. Silence. Then. A gasp. Johnny stirred. His eyes opened slowly, blinking against the intense light still glowing off his skin. He wasn't dead. In fact, he wasn't even scratched. The fire just disappeared as if someone turned off the switch. But more importantly, he was now naked, and the bike was in flaming scraps. Ah. Crap. She's gonna kill me. Back to the base, Med Bay. Tony reviewed the latest scan on a floating screen. Holographic layers of Johnny's body rotated slowly, data streams glowing across his skeletal structure and vascular system. Johnny sat on the edge of the exam table, wrapped in a thermal blanket, legs swinging like a bored teenager waiting for bad news. He had a slight smirk on his face. Tony tapped a few commands, watching the cosmic energy levels fluctuate. Well, Tony said, your vitals are fine. No burns or any type of internal injuries. Heart rate's a little high, but I'm chalking that up to ego and adrenaline. Don't forget raw talent, Johnny said with a grin. Good luck explaining that to Melina. He turned the display to show Johnny. Moving on to you. So, here's the deal. The cells of a normal human body convert energy from foodstuffs into a form of energy usable by the body, adenosine triphosphate. The cosmic ray bombardment triggered a specific genetic code rearrangement that caused your ATP production sites to generate a new form of energy-containing molecule dubbed adenine riboheptaphosphine. This complex molecule is a much more efficient fuel source and not only provides ordinary bodily energy but also contains large stores of latent chemical bonding energies. Wow! Wow! Stop with that long explanation. Give me the short version, Johnny said, raising his hands. In short, you can turn into a living plasma and control fire, Tony said, closing the console. It's unstable now, but the rhythm's sinking. Given a few days, your body will learn to regulate the output. You'll stop melting your pants every time you get excited. Johnny raised an eyebrow. That a medical term? Only when you're the patient. Tony stepped back and crossed his arms. Question is, can you do it again? Johnny shrugged and lifted his hand. He flicked his fingers like he was snapping a lighter. A flame burst to life above his index finger. It hovered there, dancing just above his skin, flickering like a living ember. Warm light reflected in his eyes. Ben grumbled from the corner. He was hunched over in a reinforced seat, arms crossed, legs like two massive tree trunks. His voice rumbled like gravel in a cement mixer. Lucky bastard. You jealous, Big Red? Johnny asked, still watching the flame. Ben didn't respond. Just scowled. Sue stood near the table, arms crossed, eyes locked on her brother. There was tension in her shoulders. Like, she knows him better than anyone, and she probably knows what he was planning to do with that power. Don't play with it, Johnny. You barely know what it is. Johnny turned to her, still smiling. He closed his hand slowly, and the flame winked out. Then he flicked his fingers again, and another wisp of flame appeared over his fingers. He was grinning like a kid who just discovered the taste of an ice cream. Relax. I'm not gonna go nuclear. Not unless someone brings up karaoke night again. Sue didn't smile. Her eyes stayed serious. Promise me you won't be reckless with it. I promise, Johnny said. Then added, mostly. She shot him a look. Tony stepped in between them before the sibling death match could restart. Look, he said. The point is, we're 2 for 4 now. Ben's rock solid. Johnny's running a personal bonfire. That storm rearranged our genetic codes. I don't know what the final form looks like yet, but I know this. He turned to the screen. We're not normal anymore. And we never will be. But thanks to Johnny's power, I can create the cure for Ben even faster. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Then Johnny leaned back and grinned. So, does this mean I get a cool name now? No, Ben said immediately. Flame King? Torch Lord? Burn Master? Sue groaned. You're going to be impossible to deal with now, aren't you? Already was, Ben said. Tony sighed and rubbed his eyes. I swear, if you name yourself anything with the word fire in it, I'm revoking your dessert privileges. Johnny grinned wider. You just lit the fuse, Stark. Tony pointed toward the hull. Out. All of you. I need to recalibrate the scanners before someone else decides to spontaneously combust. Johnny hopped off the table, still shirtless, still glowing faintly under the skin. Best checkup ever. Ben followed him out with a muttered, show off. Sue lingered a moment, glancing at Tony. Keep an eye on them, please, Sue, he said with a sigh. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on them. She nodded, then turned and followed the others. Tony stayed in the med bay, eyes on the screen, watching Johnny's residual flame signature slowly fade. He tapped one last command and archived the scan. Then he whispered to himself. 2 down. 2 to go. Evening, living room. Tony stepped into the living room with a cup of coffee. He took one sip, rounded the corner, and stopped. Johnny was on the couch with an ice pack pressed to his eye. A large purple bruise was already blooming across his cheekbone. Tony raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. Melina? Johnny didn't move the ice pack. He just grunted. She said I disrespected the bike's soul. I said the bike was already dead. Then I winked. And now I look like this. Tony took another sip. Fair. Ben was in the reinforced corner seat again, watching something on the TV. Sue sat at the table, a tablet in hand, scrolling through the latest systems sync reports. She glanced up when Tony entered. Something wrong? Tony walked over, sat in the chair across from her, and set his cup down. No. Actually, maybe something very right. Johnny peeked out from behind the ice pack. Please don't say we're flying back into the sun. No sun, Tony said. But I've been thinking about what triggered your transformation. Ben turned the volume down on the TV. You mean him turning into a fireworks factory? Tony pointed at Johnny. He awakened during the race. When he pushed his limits. Stress, adrenaline, danger. His body responded to a survival-level threat. What about you, Ben? Anything you remember? Ben quickly pointed his finger at Tony. I had a bad nightmare last night. Yeah, nightmare works too, Tony said. Sue narrowed her eyes and stood up. If we can recreate such situations, then. Before she could finish speaking, Tony took out a handgun out of nowhere. Sue's eyes widened. He shot her. Sue, caught by surprise, raised her arms. A faint blue shield appeared, but instead of a bullet, a little jet of water came out, striking the shield. Everyone was stunned and silent. Then, Mr. Stark, Sue said, her left eye twitching. Mississippi Storm, Tony was already backing down. I just had a mini heart attack. I'm sorry about that. Oh, no. Don't worry. I'm gonna hit you now. Just a tiny bit. Please accept it. She narrowed her eyes and launched forward. Tony ran. No, thank you. I'm good. Late night, Tony's lab. Tony stood in the center, wearing a plain black shirt, hands deep in the console as holographic scans rotated in front of him. He didn't look tired, even though he hadn't slept much since the return. His mind was sharper than ever. Elena stood nearby, fully projected in her humanoid form. Her physical body was keeping an eye on the three. Her white-blue glow flickered gently as she processed the data in real time. Hermes operated in the background, syncing energy readings and biological models between the lab and the med bay. A full scan of a scroll hovered in the air. Bones, nerves, and organ layout. Green musculature. Shapeshift control nodes. Each scan rotated slowly, surrounded by red rings of warning data. Tony spoke without looking up. We have tissue samples. Blood, bone, skin. Everything we need. Start with their base genome and cross-reference it with the data we pulled from the cruiser's nervous system. Cross-linking now, Elena replied. The DNA strands appeared next, side by side. Human on one side. Skrull on the other. At first glance, they looked similar. But deeper in, the code changed. Certain protein folds twisted in a way that human DNA didn't. That was the flaw. The weak point. There, Tony said, pointing. Right there. The polyshifter sequences. These are what give them their ability to change form. But it's unstable under certain radiation types. Find that frequency. Hermes responded, scanning across full wave spectrum. Ultraviolet showed a minor reaction. Gamma and X-rays caused recoil. Cross-linking biological rejection markers now. Tony narrowed his eyes. Run a sim. What happens if we flood the environment with that frequency but on a safe scale? A screen lit up with a simulation. A Skrull in human form entered the field. Within seconds, the illusion flickered. The skin shifted. The muscles buckled. The shape change failed. It snapped back into its original form, gasping. Elena stepped forward. It works. Even a small pulse is enough to disrupt their disguise. Tony turned and moved to a nanite forge console. A slab rose up. He pressed both palms against it. His armor formed instantly along his arms, fingers glowing. He began coding a design with hand motions, sculpting the tool in midair. Let's build it small. Something wearable like a watch or ring. Yeah, let's go with a ring. Hermes pulled up possible configurations. Tony picked a ring. The screen showed the prototype. A small band with an internal frequency generator, nanosensor array, and a localized scan field. It could scan any person within 5 feet and detect shapeshifters in real time. Tony nodded. Perfect. Give it a silent alarm. We don't want them knowing we're onto them. The forge activated. Nanites formed the ring in a matter of seconds. It hovered for a moment, then dropped into Tony's hand. He held it up to the light, studying it. One problem solved, he said quietly. Now, to add the disruptor charges. Let's infuse every single nanite with one charge. Tony placed the ring into a small chamber on the side of the forge. He tapped a few commands on the screen, then paused, thinking. Elena, pull up the nanite code architecture. I want to rewrite their storage protocols. Lines of code filled the air. Long strands of nanite instructions glowed around him. He scanned them quickly, eyes darting back and forth. We're going to fuse each nanite with a dormant charge. Something small, but enough to deliver a short burst of that disruption frequency. Elena tilted her head. Are we going with auto-release or manual trigger? Manual, Tony said. If it fires by accident, we risk a panicked situation. Let the user choose when to fire the pulse. He tapped another few commands, modifying the nanite script. The forge's interface updated in real time. A visual model of the nanites appeared, each one with a glowing blue core inside it. Hermes added, each charge will last one activation. The ring carries thousands. Once used, the nanites will dissolve and rebuild with fresh energy from ambient sources. Shall we use Model 50 codecs? Good, Tony said. We'll make them self-sustaining. Understood. The forge glowed brighter as it worked. The ring inside pulsed with light, then dimmed. The machine let out a soft beep. Tony stepped forward and removed the ring. It felt light, almost weightless. The metal was smooth, warm to the touch. He slipped it onto his index finger. A faint blue light flickered once around the edge of the band, then faded. A small screen popped up beside him. Readings flowed in. Power, stable. Charge count, 12,432. Recharge rate, 2 per second, ambient draw. Target scan range, 5.2 feet. Disruptor ready, standby. Tony grinned. He raised his hand and activated the scan mode with a small twist of the ring. A soft hum vibrated in the air, almost too low to hear. Blue light shimmered around his hand for a split second. Scan complete, Hermes said. No shapeshifters detected. Tony lowered his hand. Run mass production protocols, he said. I want my family and friends to have one each. Processing batch orders now, Elena confirmed. Do you want to embed tracer signatures in the rings as well? Tony thought about it. Yes. Make each one traceable, but only by me. He turned and leaned back against the forge table, arms crossed. No more surprises. No more scrolls hiding in plain sight. Not in my house. Time, 3:30 p.m. The base was quiet. Most of the crew had finally passed out after 2 chaotic days. Johnny was snoring on the couch. Ben was out cold in the reinforced room. Sue had fallen asleep with a tablet still glowing beside her. Natasha and Yelena were sleeping too. Only the guards were awake. Tony stood in the central hub, surrounded by floating screens. His eyes were locked on the schematic of the entire base. Every hallway, room, entrance, and exit was mapped in real time. "Elena, are the maintenance bots ready?" he asked quietly. "They're standing by," she replied. "Do you want a silent deployment?" "Yes," Tony said. "Keep it discreet. Start with the living quarters. Then move to the labs. Follow up with hangars and security posts." "Confirmed." Tiny circular hatches opened across the base, releasing dozens of spider-like maintenance bots. Each one was armed with a microdetector rig and a nanite disruptor pod. They were cloaked and moved without sound, crawling along walls, ceilings, and floors, using ventilation shafts and hidden service tunnels. As they reached each room, they deployed small detectors onto the walls and ceilings. Each one pulsed once with a faint blue light, then vanished into the structure. Tony watched it all from the hub. The data streamed in. Room by room. Signal by signal. Hermes fed him the results as they rolled in. Living quarters, clear. Med bay, clear. Training deck, clear. Engineering bay, no anomalies. Hangar 1, normal. Tony nodded, not looking away. Security wing. The bots entered through the ducts. 2 units slid into the weapons locker, another 3 into the guard rest zone. Hermes paused. Minor fluctuation detected. Tony's eyes narrowed. "Show me." A screen popped up. One of the bots had stopped in a dark hallway near the West Wing guard lounge. It scanned twice. Then again. Hermes ran the data. Signal inconsistency in carbon signature. Slight molecular shift. Localized heat bleed. No active disguise disruption yet, but... Tony cut in. Deploy a soft disruptor burst. Low power. See what shakes loose. One of the bots flashed silently. A small wave of invisible energy rippled through the room. Nothing happened at first. Then a shimmer. A slight flicker in the far corner of the room. A widow standing near the door twitched. The skin on her face rippled. For less than a second, green muscle flashed beneath. Tony's hand tightened into a fist. "Gotcha," he muttered. The drones surrounded the Skrull, trapping him inside a plasma barrier. Tony quickly connected to the drones and warned her, "You move a single muscle and I'll skin you alive. Elena, activate all the disruptors now and use code 8 complete lockdown. No one gets in or out without my permission. Wake everyone up." "It's time to clean the house," Tony said as he cracked his knuckles. Red lights flared along every hallway, followed by the emergency alarm. In the living quarters, the lights snapped on. In the med bay, screens flickered. Across the base, metal shutters slammed down over doors and windows. Lockdown engaged. Tony quickly scanned Yelena and Natasha, but luckily, they weren't Skrulls. So he quickly informed them to be ready for some action. Then Tony's voice came over the speakers, calm but cold. "Attention, everyone. Do not move. Stay exactly where you are. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." The alarm continued, a low blare repeating every 5 seconds. Tony's voice returned. "Skrull infiltrators have been confirmed inside this base. In short, they are shapeshifters. They can take any form. If you move from your location without direct clearance, you will be treated as hostile. Status does not matter. Stay still. You will be scanned. Anyone attempting to flee, hide, or shift forms will be shot on sight. The message ended. Silence fell. But only for a moment. In the main security corridor, Widow teams stood frozen. One of them, standing near the wall, twitched slightly. A faint shimmer rippled across her skin. Her breathing changed. The Widow next to her noticed and narrowed her eyes. A small disc on the ceiling blinked. A soft pulse fired from it. The shimmer hit harder this time. Her body stuttered and glitched. For a half-second, her face flickered into green skin. Her eyes turned black. Then she snapped back into her Widow disguise. Too late. From the ceiling, 2 nanite drones dropped. They sprayed a burst of blue energy. The woman screamed as her disguise broke completely. She fell to the floor, now fully Skrull, writhing as more drones pinned her with energy nets. Another Widow nearby reached for a weapon but froze when a red dot landed on her forehead. "Don't," came Yelena's voice from the shadows. "I dare you." She stepped into view, her suit fully active. Her left hand, a sonic cannon, aimed steadily, her right hand ready to deploy a plasma blade. The fake Widow slowly raised her hands, and a drone hit her with a scan. The flicker came again. She was a Skrull too. Captured. Second level. Elena stood near the door. "Hold still. Verification in progress." The blue light passed over Sue, Johnny, and Ben. All readings are green. No anomalies. Sue looked up at the speaker. "We're clear." Elena nodded once. "Confirmed. You 3 remain where you are. Please keep the door closed." West Wing, guest quarters, NASA scientists were living there. 4 scientists stood frozen. One of them was sweating heavily, fingers twitching. Tony's voice came again through the ceiling. Section 7B. 3 confirmed humans. 1 not. One of the drones in the room fired a disruptor pulse. The 4th scientist collapsed. His disguise cracked and fell away. Green skin. Black eyes. A low growl escaped his throat as his true form emerged. He lunged forward, but before he got more than a step. ZZT. High voltage electric shock, enough to knock out an elephant. The Skrull hit the floor, unconscious. 1 hour later. 16 Skrulls captured. Tony also locked down Horizon Base and ordered Natasha and Melina to go there ASAP to use the disruptors and scanners to check for any Skrulls. Now. Tony stood before the containment cell. He was extremely angry. But more importantly, "I'll give you all one single chance. Where are my girls? What have you done with them? How did you lobsters infiltrate? When did you kangaroos infiltrate? If my girls are alive, where are they?" The Skrulls just stood in silence, staring at him. Tony didn't waste any more time talking to them. He decided to use the power of the Mind Stone. A soft hum built in his skull as he reached inward, past muscle and bone, into the light buried in his forehead. The Mind Stone pulsed once. Then again. He opened his eyes. They glowed gold. He raised a hand and focused. The first Skrull trembled. His breathing hitched. His limbs twitched against the restraints. Then his head jerked back. A flash of light cracked behind his eyes. Then nothing. His skull split open. Blood and green matter hit the inside of the pod. He slumped forward, smoke rising from the seam. Tony didn't flinch and thought, "TSK, too much energy. Gotta control it." He stepped to the next. Another flicker. Another scream that never left the throat. Another body gone. Then another. And another. 7 pods. 7 corpses. Each time, Tony attempted to reduce the power and fine-tune the influence, but the feedback was always chaotic and violent. When he reached the 8th pod, the energy around his eyes softened. His hand hovered just inches from the glass. He calmed his breathing, slowed his heart, and focused the stream. The Skrull inside was female, and her form hadn't flickered even once. The energy coursed into her mind. She twitched and convulsed before finally going still. Tony focused the energy, narrowing its flow as he slid it through her memories, extracting pieces like threads from tangled wire. He whispered softly, his lips moving without sound, exerting his will. Her head jerked once, then again, and her eyes locked with his. She revealed everything. After Tony started the global energy war and revealed his creations, the Skrulls marked him as their potential enemy who must be destroyed and replaced at any cost for their invasion to be successful. To kill him, they needed to get close. So, they began to replace the widows and took their places when they went out on errands or just to have some fun time. But it wasn't easy because they were always wearing their suits. So, they deployed the Super Skrulls, who used mind control on them and made them willingly do everything they wanted. That's how the Skrulls got their nanite bracelets. After that, infiltrating the Starfire base was too easy. But before they could get to him, he went into space. So, they tried to kill him in space, but Tony annihilated their entire fleet in a few minutes. Tony knew about the abilities of the Super Skrulls, so he didn't waste time asking about them. Next, she revealed the widow's location. They were kept in a warehouse in New York. North Avenue 232. Other than that, Tony discovered some other important information, like how the Skrulls have replaced the president, NASA scientists, important government figures, and some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Although there are some Skrulls who work for Fury, even they have no idea that the other faction has infiltrated their ranks. And right now, things aren't looking that good. Too many Skrulls are running around, hiding among the humans in key positions. All it needs is a little spark to start a global war, which may go nuclear. Tony tried to find out more about their leader, and it turned out to be Varank. She is the central figure behind the Skrulls' infiltration and invasion of Earth. Her actions stem from Skrull religious texts that designate Earth as their rightful property. Then there was Gravik, who was leading his own team separate from Varank. Tony knew most of the information, so he simply memorized the important info. As for the Horizon base, they never knew about that place. Tony sighed in relief after knowing that. A few HRS later, the wind whipped through the narrow alleys of North Avenue 232 as Tony landed hard, the impact cracking the pavement beneath his boots. The Model 50 suit clung to his body like liquid metal. 2 widows flanked him, moving like ghosts through the shadows. Tony raised his hand and snapped once. A pulse shot out, and all the lights inside the warehouse shorted. The building went dark. The moment the door opened, it turned into war. Green flashes streaked through the interior as Skrulls scrambled, caught mid-shift. Some were disguised as workers. Others had assumed the form of civilians. One leapt toward Tony with a scream, claws extended. He didn't make it 3 feet. Tony turned him to ash with a beam straight through the skull. The widows moved fast, disabling and stunning. One of them slid under a low-hanging pipe, fired a shock dart into a Skrull's neck, and caught another with a spinning blade to the shoulder. The second widow launched upward and blew through the ceiling, clearing the catwalk in seconds. Tony stormed forward, eyes scanning. His HUD painted targets in red. 3 Skrulls stood guard over a chamber near the back. They didn't have time to react. Tony flicked his fingers. 3 microbots flew out and pierced their skulls mid-sentence. They collapsed like puppets with cut strings. He reached the door. The nanites formed a drill and sliced the lock apart in seconds. The reinforced door hissed open. Inside were the containment pods holding the replaced widows. They were all alive. While he pulled them up one by one, the other widows were slaughtering the Skrulls. It was over within 10 minutes. They captured a few Skrulls for interrogation, killed the rest, and then disappeared, leaving behind a gory warehouse for the other Skrulls to find. Back at the base. While the rescued girls were resting, and the base was still on high alert, Tony sat in his private room. He locked the door. Too many things are happening at the same time. He has certain plans, but now, it's a mess. He was careless. Too careless. The enemy replaced his people and entered his home. But Tony Stark learns from his mistakes. I'll show you damn alien bastards what true terror looks like. He activated the holographic computer and started his counterattack plan. A few minutes later, Tony leaned back in the chair, eyes fixed on the projection in front of him. A slow spiral of red and blue schematics hovered above his desk. His fingers drummed against the metal armrest, calculating. Hermes broke the silence. Your vitals are elevated. Recommendation, rest. Tony snorted. Rest is for people not being replaced by green-skinned freaks. He flicked his fingers. The schematics expanded, separating into different modules, cloaking field generators, directed energy arrays, orbital thrusters, and sensor clusters tuned to Skrull biology. His mind moved faster than the system could keep up. We are gonna kill them all at once, he mumbled to himself. Hermes replied, parameters? Let's build a net around Earth. Low orbit. Mobile. Undetectable by current global systems. Use adaptive cloaking. Can't risk Fury or the UN spotting them too early. Tony zoomed in on one segment. A long, spear-like arm extended from a rotating core. Weapon pods here and here. We'll equip them with giant disruptors. As soon as they are out in their real form, we'll fry their nervous system through concentrated radiation. Sounds pretty impossible, but... He tapped his forehead. Not for me. He began to work on it, and it was too fast. He was drawing knowledge from the Mind Stone without any drawback and was surprised to see the vast ocean of information that he was able to process easily. I want it remote controlled through my neural interface only, he said while setting up the failsafe measures. Hermes pulsed blue. Authorization, secured. Another hour passed, and he was done. Dang. I'm a freaking genius. And thank you, Mind Stone, for the quick solution. Tony stood and started pacing. We need a name for this project. Something fancy. Call it Project KSF. Kill Skrull bastards. Yup. Let's go with that. Alright, Hermes. Start the Horizon Lab. I want you to create 1,000 units as fast as possible and deploy them according to the marked point. Use the stored adamantium if necessary. Shift the Transformer mecha creation to Elena. Will do, boss, Hermes replied. Timer, 24 hours, 20 minutes. Tony checked his watch. 4:30 a.m. He sighed and threw himself onto the bed, letting out a long breath. Everything hurt, but not physically. It was the kind of ache that came from overworking, messing up, carelessness, and realization. They'd wormed their way in. Replaced his people. Set up shop right in front of him. That couldn't happen again. I'm gonna expose them before the world and then kill them. The world would cheer. People would finally understand the threat. When the dust settled, there wouldn't be questions, just gratitude. Some might fear and raise questions, but the majority will be on his side. He could end this war before it ever truly began. With the right moves, with Project KSF, the path was wide open. Time to build the future. The ultimates. He turned his head toward the hollow projector on the nightstand. With a flick of his fingers, the blueprints rose again in silence. Cloaked orbital weapons. Adaptive targeting. Distributed AI coordination. Fully automated. The weapons will kill all the exposed Skrulls at the same time. There was no satellite network yet. No station. Not a single Stark-made object up there. That was about to change. Well, wake me up in 4 hours. Early if it's an emergency. He closed his eyes. Have a rest, boss. I'll wake you up in time, Hermes replied. Morning. The base buzzed like a hornet nest in motion. Suits powered up. Drones zipped through corridors. Security bots were on full patrol. Tony hadn't slept more than 3 hours, but he was sharper than ever. The widows, each one personally scanned and cleared, stood in formation in the combat hall. Their suits shimmered in idle mode, white with deep crimson linings. Tony walked alongside the row, stopping every few meters to inspect them. Each suit now carried the Skrull detector and disruptors. Tony tapped on one widow's forearm display. Disruptor field, he asked. Charged. Linked to my neural signature, she said. Good. He stepped back and scanned them all. Next time you girls face any Skrulls or any aliens, trying to harm you or anyone in any way, send me an emergency signal and then kill them. No mercy. They are a threat to humanity, replacing us and increasing their numbers. There's no way in hell we are gonna let that happen. That's the purpose of the Shadow Legion. Destroy them mercilessly. The widows nodded in unison. Disperse and keep an eye open. Horizon Island, Tactical Feed Room. A small screen was projected on Tony's arm as he walked. The hologram displayed Melina, standing in the command tower of Horizon Island. Behind her, surveillance feeds from every section of the secure island rotated. We've completed scans. No signs of infiltration, Melina said. We double-checked every personnel, every storage room. If there were Skrulls here, they're gone now, or we never had them. Don't relax yet, Tony replied. Upgrade your suits. You and Natasha both. Full disruptor integration, full shield calibration, new sealants, and double the mecha guards. I want a flight lockdown. Nothing in, nothing out. You and Nat stay there and monitor things. Understood, she said. You're expecting retaliation. Tony didn't even blink. We just took down their spies and an entire group. They will now either hide or attack. But it doesn't matter. Be careful. He cut the call. Cryo containment. The air turned colder as Tony descended. He was carrying a bag of new clothes. Earlier that morning, before starting the upgrades, he did a quick search on Ghost and his past life. Tony found Ghost's family. He passed through 5 security checkpoints, each layered with biometric locks, electromagnetic seals, and retina scans. The lights flickered in the sterile blue-white tone that this level used exclusively. At the heart of the chamber stood a single cryopod. Inside, Ghost. Tony stood in front of the pod and folded his arms. Elena, he said. A faint chime. Yes, boss? Wake him. Affirmative. The cryopod hissed and cracked open. Vapor spilled across the floor like steam off dry ice, and the cold breath of the chamber thickened the air. Inside, Ghost stirred. His body was pale, lean, and completely human again, with no phasing distortions or metallic shimmer in his veins. He coughed once, sharp and dry. Then shivered violently. A pulse of gentle heat filled the pod, kicking in automatically. Within seconds, his shivering slowed as his core stabilized. He sat up, blinking against the harsh lights. Tony tossed the bag of clothes beside him. Suit up. You've got 5 minutes to feel sorry for yourself. Ghost looked down at his own body, the visible scars, the healed skin. He touched his chest as if he couldn't quite believe he was still alive. He looked up slowly. "You're not the one who made the deal," he said, his voice rough. "I told the blonde everything. Gave her your grandfather's location. The cloning tech details. Names. Coordinates. And she promised I'd walk." Tony didn't blink. "Yeah. She did. But we have certain rules when it comes to high-level individuals like you." Ghost scoffed, slipping into the undershirt. "High level? Ha! I'm just a regular human now." Tony stepped closer. "You know too much. You've seen more than most. And the things you told us? Those aren't secrets you get to walk away from." Ghost narrowed his eyes. "So, what's this, then? You going to erase my mind? Kill me quietly? Use me as another tool in your war?" Tony shook his head. "No. I'm offering you something better." Ghost stilled. His arms were halfway through the jacket. "I want you to work for me," Tony said. "No, not just work. I want you to join something I'm building." "You're joking." "I don't joke about world security," Tony replied. "The world's changing. Fast. We've got shape-shifting aliens running ops in our backyard, mutants making alliances with psychotic cyborgs. Yup, Gramps escaped. Then there are those traces of other superhumans rising slowly." Ghost stood, fully clothed now, still barefoot and weary. "And you think I belong in that world?" Tony took a step back, giving him space. "I think you've already been in it. You just weren't on the right side. You were desperate to heal yourself, and your mind was broken." Ghost exhaled through his nose, half amused, half bitter. "So what? I help you fight aliens? Hunt down more monsters like me? You become more than who you were," Tony said. "You join the team I'm assembling. Let's call it the Ultimates, or maybe something cooler once I've had more coffee, and you can earn back everything you've lost. I don't care about your past. What matters is that you understand the consequences of losing this war." Ghost was silent for a long time. The quiet in the chamber was thick. The hum of the cryo unit buzzed in the background. Finally, he looked at Tony. "And if I say no?" Tony stopped and looked straight into his eyes. "You won't. That phasing tech you created was to help others in need, but your boss exploited you and your tech and even tried to kill your girlfriend. Now, you can walk away from her, and I'm pretty sure you'll go to her. But how would you face her and your daughter? What would you tell them? She never married anyone. Still waiting for you." He raised his right arm and pulled up a live feed of Ghost's family. His girlfriend and his daughter, who has grown up. He never got to see her grow up. "Your daughter goes to college now," Tony said as he pushed the holographic screen toward Ghost. Ghost stood frozen, staring at the projection. His breath caught in his throat. On the screen, his daughter laughed in the back seat of a car, talking to her mother, the woman Ghost had left behind when everything fell apart. Her smile was the same. The lopsided grin. The dimples. Her eyes. His fingers reached for the screen. They passed right through it. He didn't say anything. His hand hovered in the air, then slowly curled into a fist. His shoulders trembled once. Just once. Tony let him sit in it. After a long silence, Ghost finally spoke. 20 years, he whispered. I missed 20 years. First words. First steps. School. Every single birthday. His voice cracked. They think I'm dead. Tony stepped forward, quieter now. They do, he said. But you're not. And it's not too late. Ghost looked up, eyes rimmed red but dry. I can fix it, Tony said quietly. Not the past. But the story. Ghost didn't speak. His hands were still clenched, his eyes locked on the frozen image of his daughter laughing. Tony continued, calm and matter-of-fact. We say you were part of a deep quantum experiment. Something hush-hush. Pulled out of phase for 2 decades. Time didn't pass the same way for you. You survived. We recovered you. Ghost looked at him. You think they'll believe that? Tony smirked. Coming from me? Please. I'll throw some jargon around. Quantum tether. Chronoecho instability. Toss in a few faked debrief files, signatures. Hell, I'll even include a NASA stamp. Ghost swallowed. The emotion was thick in his throat. And just like that. I get to go back. You go back today if you want, Tony said. You walk through that front gate and hug them. You let them cry. You tell your daughter you're sorry. You explain the whole mess as something you couldn't control. Ghost said nothing. Tony continued. One day, I'm going to call. Could be tomorrow. Could be a year. Doesn't matter. When that call comes, all I ask is one thing. Ghost looked at him. You say yes. There was a moment of silence. Tony turned off the projection. You get your life back, Tony said. And when the time comes, your daughter gets to see you become a hero. Ghost blinked. A hero? Tony smiled. Yeah, a real one. Ghost stood there for a few seconds longer and then finally exhaled. I'll take the story, he said. But I'm not doing this for myself. Tony nodded once. Good. Then we're on the same page. He turned and started walking away, but paused at the door. There's a car waiting up top and someone to make the cover story more believable for you. He looked back at Ghost. When you're ready, go home. Enjoy normal life for a bit. Then he walked out, leaving Ghost standing in the cryo chamber, staring at the space where his family had just smiled at him in light. In the elevator. Tony looked at his right arm. The nanite controls are activated. He entered a command and activated the nanites in Ghost's clothes. Without him knowing, these new-gen nanites entered his body. Trust is something you gotta earn, Mr. Jake Preston. He then called Jane, one of the high-level widows, to take care of Ghost's mess. Med Lab sector. The elevator doors slid open and Tony stepped into the main corridor, the weight of half a dozen global defense systems still running calculations in the back of his mind. He barely had time to take a breath before Sue Storm came around the corner at full speed. Her face was tight with worry. Tony. He stopped. Sue reached him in 2 quick strides and looked around, making sure no one was nearby. She lowered her voice. It's Ben, she whispered. His skin. It's falling off. Like chunks, and not just flaking, and he's glowing purple. He's panicking. Thinks he's dying. I tried to scan him, but whatever's happening is way beyond what I can read. It's not degeneration. It's like his whole body is rebuilding itself and breaking down at the same time. Ben stood in the center of the room, hunched over, skin cracked and steaming. His breaths came in rough gasps. Purple and white energy pulsed from inside him as large pieces of his rocky shell sloughed off and hit the floor with heavy thuds. The ground beneath him vibrated, but the floor held. Tony stepped forward. Ben. stop panicking. You aren't dying. Your powers are stabilizing. Ben's eyes were wide. It hurts. I know, Tony said. But that's because you're fighting it. Let go. You've already passed the hard part. Let your body finish what it started. If I'm right, you'll be able to switch forms between human and rock. Maybe more. Sue moved toward him, but Tony raised a hand and activated a containment field before them. Both of you stay back, he said. If this goes wrong, you don't want to be caught in it. Johnny didn't argue. He stood beside Sue and, for once, he looked worried. Ben let out a roar. Energy surged through his body. He dropped to his knees, fists clenched. His skin cracked wider. Pieces of orange rock exploded outward. A shockwave blew through the space, but the containment field absorbed the blast. Then there was silence. Ben collapsed forward, steam rising from his back. He groaned as he slowly pushed himself up. No more stone. He was human. His skin glowed with faint purple veins that pulsed beneath the surface like living circuits. His muscles appeared denser, tighter, and more defined than ever before. He stared at his hands, turning them over slowly. "Tony," he said. Tony lowered the field and walked in, scanning Ben with his forearm module. Sue and Johnny followed him. "You're fine. Better than fine. Your body just rebuilt itself from the inside out. The cosmic energy is fully integrated with your cellular matrix." "And very naked," Tony said with a chuckle. He noticed the nanite bracelet was still on Ben's arm. Well, it survived the explosion. He quickly pressed the button. The nanites gushed out, forming pants. "Thanks," Ben said, sitting back, breathing hard. "I feel light." "You are. Your density is variable now. You're no longer stuck in one form. You can shift between human and enhanced mode at will. And you're still stronger than a wrecking crew." Sue knelt beside him and grabbed his shoulder. "Welcome back," she said. Johnny clapped once. "You look like a purple version of yourself after a 5-year gym binge." "I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cool." Ben let out a weak laugh. "I thought I was dying." Tony helped him up. "Now, all you have to do is learn how to use it." Ben's hands curled into fists. The purple glow faded slightly, then flared again when he opened his palms. "I can feel it," he said. "Like it's part of me now." "It is," Tony said. "Now, suppress this purple energy and visualize your human form without a glowing body." Ben closed his eyes. His breathing steadied, slow and controlled. The faint purple glow around his body began to dim as he focused. He took a deep breath, held it, and then exhaled through his nose. The veins beneath his skin stopped pulsing, and the light retreated like a wave pulling back from the shore. A moment later, his skin returned to normal. No glow, just human Ben. Sue gasped softly. Johnny gave a low whistle. "Okay. Now that is cool." Ben opened his eyes and looked at his hands again. I'm back," he laughed, clenching his fists. Tony watched every second of it, tracking cellular activity, molecular density, and neural patterns. The energy levels stabilized, sitting dormant under the surface. "Perfect," Tony said. "You're stable." Ben looked up. "So I can change back?" "Just be normal for now. We've got a press event to attend at night. I actually plan to AI create your face over a holographic frame, but with you back to normal, all of us can go," Tony said before closing his scanner. "So, for now, don't mess with it and just be yourself." 5 p.m. New York, Stark Tech Tower, press event floor. Inside, the lights flickered to life. Rows of elevated seats quickly filled with scientists, officials, students, and reporters, all buzzing with anticipation. Giant Stark holograms hovered above the stage, pulsing slowly in blue. At the far end of the hall, a podium stood center stage. Behind it, a vast screen scrolled with a looping message. Return from beyond, the Starfire team lives. The atmosphere was electric. Every major news outlet was present, and NASA officials were already seated, whispering with excitement. Their security detail stood firmly along the aisles, yet none of them noticed the discreet widows in black blending into the shadows and within the guests scanning everyone in real time. Up above the main stage, hidden inside the walls, tiny spheres no bigger than coins glowed with a faint blue light. Skrull detectors and disruptors. Yelena's team had set the grid meticulously. Well, the entire place is being monitored. Backstage, Tony adjusted the collar of his suit in front of a mirror. It was a high-tech nanoweave suit designed to look like an expensive tux. Yelena entered, holding a slim tablet. All systems green. Everyone's been scanned, and no disruptions have occurred so far, she stated. Your mom and dad are both clear. I double-checked. They're not Skrulls. Tony adjusted his blazer. Thanks. Would have been a hell of a plot twist. Widows and bots are in position, she added. Nothing gets out if something kicks off. She placed the tab on the table and walked toward him. Yelena stopped in front of him, brushing off a speck of dust from his shoulder with casual precision. Then her eyes flicked up to his collar, and without a word, she reached in and adjusted his tie. The move was smooth, practiced. She fixed it, gave it a little tug, then stepped back and tilted her head. You're not terrible looking when you try. Tony gave her a crooked smile. You know, I was thinking. Yelena narrowed her eyes. That usually ends in explosions. He chuckled before wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. He looked into her eyes. Want to go out on Monday? With everything buzzing up more than usual, we aren't getting any time for ourselves. So. Tony's words hung in the air, soft but steady. Yelena's lips curled into a slow smirk, the kind that always came before either a sharp retort or a kiss. So, you finally decided to focus on your personal life, huh? She said with a smirk, moving her face closer. Tony gave a little nod. Yeah, I can't always drown myself and others into work all the time. It's just that I try, but there is so much to do, and I sometimes lose track of time. So, sorry. It took this long to ask you out on a date. Alright. Apology accepted, she wrapped her arms around his neck. But Monday, 24 hours. You and me. I want your full attention, Mr. Stark. Then. Click. The door creaked open an inch. Johnny's face slid into view, eyes wide, brows raised, smirk already in place. He whispered with his signature grin. Am I interrupting a tender Stark moment? Should I come back with popcorn or condoms? A blur of black flashed past Tony. Yelena was already halfway to the door, one hand forming a plasma blade, the other balled into a fist. I swear to God, I will make your jaw reverse evolve, you flaming little. Whoa. Hey. Friendly fire. I'm fragile. Johnny backpedaled with speed only possible by someone who had already survived several beatdowns this week. Just as Yelena reached him, Sue appeared behind him and grabbed his ear with pinpoint accuracy. She twisted. Hard. Ow. Ow. What is it with women and my ears? Sue yanked him back through the hallway. She looked at Yelena for a moment and said, I'm really sorry for his stupidity. Then her eyes went inside the room to Tony. You two, just continue. She then twisted Johnny's ear. "You just had to open your mouth," she muttered. "I was checking the vibe," he whined. "It was private, idiot. I didn't see a sign." "Because it's called basic human decency." Their voices faded down the hallway. Yelena stood in the doorway, arms crossed now, pulse blade deactivated. She looked back at Tony, who had one hand to his forehead. "I'm still going to break his nose," she said flatly. "I'll get you the gloves." She stepped inside again and gave him a once-over. "Monday," she said, voice softer now. "Don't screw it up." Tony gave her a lopsided grin. "As long as you wake me up with a nice kiss." Yelena smirked, moving her face too close to him. Her lips were just so close, one little move and they would touch. "Mom, I'll do more than just kiss." Then she pulled back, turned, and left the room with a smiling face. Backstage hallway. Too much noise outside. Spotlights shifted behind the curtains. The countdown had begun. Tony stepped out of his dressing room and met the team in the narrow hallway behind the stage. Sue was radiant. Her midnight blue dress shimmered under the flashing lights. Her hair was pinned back, understated but elegant. She stood with her arms crossed, posture flawless, and no glasses today. "You look gorgeous," Tony said as he approached. Sue raised an eyebrow. "Thank you. You look great too, and sorry about earlier." "Never mind that." Johnny was leaning casually against the wall in dark jeans, boots, and a white t-shirt with a leather jacket slung over one shoulder. He sipped from a metal flask and flashed a lazy grin. "I told you I wasn't doing a monkey suit," he said. "You should be grateful I didn't show up in shorts." "You're a walking PR crisis waiting to happen," Tony muttered. "Hey, the fans love me." "No. They follow you because they can't believe you're real." Ben stood beside them. He was wearing a black tux. "You good?" Tony asked. Ben nodded once. "Weird day." "You'll get weirder ones," Johnny chimed in. "Try not to explode on stage." Very funny," Ben said dryly. Tony glanced at the countdown on his wrist. 0:42. He turned to the team. "No pep talk today. Just be yourself and answer smartly." He looked at Johnny. "As for you, don't even talk about superpowers. Keep that mouth of yours in check unless you want the government on your ass." "I'll just sit there and act cool." "No worries," Johnny said, giving him a thumbs up. "Well, let's go." The crowd quieted. Holographic panels flickered above the stage, showing scenes from the Starfire mission, the robotic landing on the moon, the orbit pass near Mars, and the final, burning path close to Mercury's blazing edge. The screen zoomed out to Earth. Then it faded. Tony stepped onto the stage and walked straight to the podium, eyes scanning the crowd like he was reading a battlefield. He looked up. "When I was a kid, I had a dream. But technology wasn't that advanced back then, and there were countless limitations. So, I started following NASA and other space programs. They said the moon was enough, Mars was for another generation, and Mercury was suicide. So, I thought if they can't do it, I will. How hard can it be? Well, here we are." The room stayed silent. "A few months ago, we sent our first fully autonomous team to the moon. They successfully landed, mined, walked, and returned, all without any human involvement. It was a successful mission, but we wanted more. Therefore, we conducted a human trial with Johnny Storm and me. We took the risk of flying to Mars orbit, where we scanned the surroundings and gathered data. We survived the journey and returned safely." He paused for a moment and took a deep breath before continuing. The Starfire trial run was successful. Now it was time for our main mission. How close to the sun can we humans get? Well, as you can see, we are still very much alive and kicking. Now, without further delay with my boring speech, let me introduce my team who believed in my vision and took part in that suicide mission. The spotlight shifted to the side of the stage, and a quiet hum rolled through the crowd as three figures stepped into view: Susan, Johnny, and Ben. The audience watched in silence as they moved to the long desk at the front of the stage, each taking a seat behind a microphone. Johnny leaned back first and quickly surveyed the room, his gaze scanning the reporters, the cameras, and the screens floating above. He remained silent for the moment. Ben rested both arms on the table, his hands still for now, with his fingers curled slightly inward. Susan kept her eyes forward, calm and focused. She glanced once at Tony before looking out at the audience. A moment passed. The screens behind them showed clips of the Starfire ship. Data streams. Orbit paths. Telemetry. A countdown to re-entry. Then, a wide shot of the Starfire base, shining under the desert sun, as the Starfire landed. Tony waited a beat, then turned toward the team. Susan Storm. Johnny Storm. Ben Grimm. Their names hung in the air. They were part of the crew that went further than any human team before them. Past Mars. Past the belt. Into a solar storm we couldn't predict, and through fire we weren't supposed to survive. He turned back to the audience. But we did. We came back. And we created history. Now, without further delay, let's begin the Q&A session. The hands shot up instantly. Every major outlet had sent a representative. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, Wired, Popular Science, and even a few influencers from science-focused media platforms. Microdrones buzzed above, live-streaming every angle. Tony nodded toward a woman in the front row. She stood. Dr. Evans, Scientific American. What exactly happened during the solar event you encountered? Can you elaborate on how the ship survived that kind of proximity to the sun? Sue leaned forward slightly. We hit unexpected turbulence. The solar winds spiked way past predicted levels. But Starfire's shielding held. We used a layered nanite system that adapted in real time to radiation exposure. It was built for extremes. The woman pressed further. You're saying no exposure breached the hull? Johnny smiled faintly. The shields flexed a little, but they didn't crack. Honestly, it was like riding a hurricane made of heat and magnetism. The ship rode the edge and pulled us through. Tony added, we prepared for the worst-case scenarios: auto-sealing armor, biological damping systems, and smart oxygenation. Starfire's design held up better than we expected. I guess I over-engineered it a little. Soft laughter rippled through the crowd. Another hand went up. James Lee, New York Times. What was it like, seeing the sun up close? Was it what you imagined? Ben leaned toward the mic, bigger, brighter, beautiful and deadly. Laughter again. He continued, you don't just see the sun up close, you feel it in your bones. It's as if the entire universe is screaming, humming, and breathing all at once. You see solar flares larger than Earth erupting like sparks. Still, even now it feels like a dream. Sue nodded. It's alive, in a way. A younger man raised a hand. Jackson Cortez, SciWire. Was there a moment when you thought you weren't coming back? Johnny cracked his neck before speaking. Yeah, when we hit the storm front, everything shook. I couldn't even hear my own breathing. The ship tilted, then corrected itself. The lights flickered for a second, but we stayed focused. We trusted the system, we knew what we were flying. Ben glanced sideways at him. You were swearing your head off. Motivational swearing, Johnny replied deadpan. That got a laugh from the audience. Next, an older man stood up slowly and said, I'm Robert Lang, retired. I'm just watching now, but I've followed Stark Tech for quite some time. We all know your contribution to our society. My question is simple, what's next? Tony looked at his team. Sue met his eyes. Ben folded his hands. Johnny leaned forward slightly and gave him a nod. Tony turned back to the audience. Starfire was proof of concept. Space isn't the limit. It's just a road. Now that we've touched the edge of a star and walked away, we're building the next steps. Earth's first space station, followed by expansion to the moon, and then on to Mars. My vision for the coming years is to colonize Mars. Impossible, some might say, but I say, wanna make a bet? Tony said with one of his classic and confident smirks. The next question hit fast. Yar. Han from the European Space Agency. The world wants to know if you're open to sharing the technology behind the Starfire. The shielding, propulsion systems, radiation damping modules, will this be available to partner agencies or remain exclusive to Stark Tech? Tony gave her a nod. Great question. Short answer. Depends on who's asking and why. A ripple of murmurs stirred in the crowd. He let it hang a beat. We didn't build Starfire to hoard knowledge or to play God with gravity. But let's be real. This wasn't your average shuttle launch. The systems we used are 20 to 30 years ahead of what NASA or any other space facilities have. Some of it, if misused, could vaporize a city. That got the room's attention. So, we're not closing the door. We're building a corridor. And we'll decide who gets to walk through based on transparency, collaboration, and intent. He raised his hand slightly. I'm already working with select engineers from NASA, ESA, and a few other programs under NDA. That's the start. Another reporter jumped in. Jonathan Sema, BBC Future. Are we talking exclusive partnerships? Or global access? Tony's smile turned razor sharp. Global access isn't the same as global readiness. Gasps. A few nervous chuckles. Look. I'm all for peace. But space is now a frontier of survival. Resources. Migration. Defense. The wrong hands in the wrong orbit? That's not a risk I'm throwing dice on. A younger woman near the front raised her voice, standing without waiting for a nod. Emily Chen, Vox. Are you saying you're privatizing space? Are you the gatekeeper now? Tony didn't blink. I'm saying the gate's already been busted wide open. I just built the lock. You want my technology? You need to follow my protocols. A pause. Then murmurs again, this time louder. Another question followed fast. Derek Morrow, Wired. With all due respect. What gives you the right to lead this? Tony didn't smile this time. He stepped closer to the mic. His voice stayed even. Speaking of right. I put myself on the line. His eyes scanned the crowd, voice rising just enough. I launched myself into space, past every safety net Earth ever built. No government contract. No national backup. Just me, and the people behind me. He motioned to Sue, Ben, and Johnny without breaking eye contact with the crowd. We built the ship. We braved the storm. We survived because we planned for failure and prepared for pain. Another pause. Since landing, I've had every major agency and political board clawing at my tech. Demanding blueprints. Sending letters marked urgent collaboration. I've read the words, but none of them offered risk. None of them offered people. They want results they didn't earn. He let that sink in. I didn't do this for permission. I did it because someone had to. Because the world won't move forward on paperwork and debate. We crossed a boundary. Now everybody wants the view. That's fine. But you don't get to show up after the race and claim the trophy. He leaned into the mic. You want access? Bring commitment. Bring your own skin to the table and, as I said before, follow my protocol. Silence gripped the room. Tony stepped back. One last thing hung in the air, and he wasn't done. But he didn't need to raise his voice. We're not gatekeepers. We're pathfinders. We walk the path of science, and will continue to do so regardless of what anyone might think. And please, don't bring politics into this matter. So far, I've already received multiple political threats, like the President's order, NASA's order, military order. It doesn't matter who you are. You want what's ours. You can't have it. You want to force us with threats? You can try. You want to walk together? We welcome you with open arms. The event went on for another 15 minutes. After that, the team collapsed into the cushioned private lounge, the distant roar of the press still echoing faintly through the walls. Johnny kicked off his shoes and stretched like a cat. Sue flopped onto the couch, rubbing her temples with both hands. Ben, already in a chair, leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling like it had all the answers. Tony stood, sleeves rolled, pacing near the window with a glass of water in one hand. Yelena's voice buzzed softly in his ear. Scanners picked up 6 Skrulls. They are wearing a shield badge. The other one just walked in with the VIPs. He's using the face of Nick Fury. Permission to neutralize? Tony tapped his bracelet, and a holographic screen appeared on his arm. His eyes flicked to the hidden feed Yelena sent him. Yep. Skrulls. He took a slow sip, never looking toward the others. Secure the exit routes and have the drones ready, just in case. I'll deal with it. Yelena responded. Copy. Skrulls? Sue asked. Yup. Just pretend to be normal for the moment. If things go wrong, use your force field to trap him, Tony said to Sue. Trap him? I mean, like I've never done it before. I can just raise a wall and... Sue stuttered, but Tony walked toward her and grabbed her shoulders. He looked into her eyes. You can do this. I trust you. Just visualize and control your power like an extension of your body. Then came the knock. Tony looked at Ben and Johnny, giving them a nod. Come on, in. The door to the lounge opened. Howard walked in first, followed by Nick Fury. He wore a long coat, had an eye patch, and his familiar scowl was unmistakable. Everything was in place. Fury walked and stopped before Tony, extending his hand. Nick Fury. Tony shook Fury's hand. At first, it seemed like a regular handshake. But as soon as they touched, the nanites activated. Black liquid metal surged from Tony's wrist and moved up Fury's arm. In an instant, it wrapped around his body tightly. Plates formed, and locks clicked into place. The Skrull didn't have time to react. He struggled, but it was too late. The nanites had already begun their work. A faint spark appeared, followed by a crackle as whatever gadgets he was carrying shorted out. The disruptor activated. Fury's face twitched, and his skin moved like water under pressure before it peeled back. The disguise fell apart, revealing green skin and black eyes. The Skrull hissed, his mouth twisted in pain as his true form showed. Howard Stark staggered back 2 steps, clenching his jaw. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, his voice low with disbelief. The Skrull tried to push forward. The armor flexed and locked again. The nanites responded instantly to Tony's thoughts, pinning the Skrull to his knees. The floor groaned under the pressure. Tony stepped forward, looking down at him. "Surprised, bastard?" His voice was casual. Cold. The Skrull glared up at him, mouth clenched shut. Tony leaned in, eyeing him like a broken toy. "First, you bastards infiltrated my base, kidnapped my girls, replaced them, and tried to kill me but failed. Then you pricks tried to kill us in space but failed again. Oh, not to mention you infiltrated my house and Stark Industries. Now, here you are posing as Nick Fury, and the balls you got." "Ha ha," he said with a chuckle. "You came here to meet me using Fury's face. What? You planned to kill me here at close range?" The Skrull's lips curled into a strained snarl, and then he spoke through gritted teeth. "I'm not one of them. I work for Fury. My name is Talos. I came here on his orders." Tony raised an eyebrow but didn't look impressed. He heard the name Talos before in his past life, but right now, it doesn't matter. There are too many variables involved with this mixed-up reality. He couldn't take the risk. He could extract info from that green guy, but at this point, he doesn't care. They're not all like the others. There's a war coming. I'm trying to stop it. Fury saw your invention and wanted to. Tony didn't let him finish. The nanites surged across Talos' face and sealed his mouth instantly. A black sheath clamped over his lower jaw, silencing him with a sharp, mechanical snap. Tony's eyes burned gold for a second as he stood straighter. "I don't care who you work for. Fury, the UN, and your Skrull mom. Makes no difference. You wear that skin, you die in it. I'm going to wipe out every last one of you. Every infiltrator, every imposter, every sleeper agent is rotting this planet from the inside." Talos thrashed, trying to speak through the seal, eyes wide in panic, but the nanites held tight. Just then, a low alarm echoed through the ceiling. The lights flickered red for half a second. The door slammed open. Yelena stepped in swiftly, weapon drawn, visor flicked down. She looked serious. "Tony, we've got a problem. SHIELD agents just surrounded the building. They've got air support and a team on every exit." Tony didn't even blink. "Are they armed?" "Locked and loaded. And too many of them." Sue stepped closer, already forming the shimmer of a field around her hands. "Are they here for him?" "Yup. I fried his little gadgets." "So, here they are," Tony said casually. "Tell the widows to suit up and be on standby." He then turned back toward the team. "You all have what these shapeshifters can do. And now, SHIELD is working with them, or they are controlling SHIELD from inside. Now the big question. What is your stance on this? Stand with me and defend Earth from their invasion. Or back down now. But once you stand beside me and then change your mind midway, then I'll expose your browser history, and we won't be friends anymore." Johnny stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. The heat shimmered faintly off his skin. "I mean, alien shapeshifters trying to kill us? That's pretty hard to forgive. Count me in. I've got a few fireballs with their names on them." He stepped beside Tony, arms crossed, like he'd been waiting for this kind of fight. Sue took a deep breath. Her eyes swept over Talos, the SHIELD threat outside, and Tony. She didn't hesitate. "You already know where I stand," she said. "We survived space together. They tried to kill us and hurt our friends. I'm not letting some alien operation undo what we've built. I'm with you, Stark." A soft shimmer of blue light swirled around her as her force field readied itself. Ben cracked his neck slowly, then clenched his fists. His expression was calm, but his voice was solid. I'm not about to let some greenskin parasite take this planet from us. I'm with you. He stepped in line with the others. They all activated their nanite suits. Blue and white for Sue, red for Johnny and gold for Ben. Tony turned to Howard, watching him closely. Howard's face was stone, but his jaw flexed. He glanced once at the sealed Skrull still kneeling, then back at Tony. Skrulls, he muttered. You're telling me these things have been hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? Inside our systems? Our agencies? Yeah, Tony said. Probably from the very beginning. And they've been keeping it quiet. Fury didn't trust anyone. Howard let out a breath, pacing a step to the side. He looked at Talos, really looked at him, his brow furrowed. I built S.H.I.E.L.D. from the ground up. I poured everything into making sure it would outlast politics, war, and corruption. But this? This was never part of the plan. Fury's been holding on to this. Watching this happen. He stopped and turned toward Tony. For all I know, Fury's been watching me for decades. Waiting for a moment to probably take over the industry or replace me. Hell, you just said they already infiltrated our house and industry. He looked down at Talos. Was your target my wife? That's the best way to keep an eye on me and my son. But bad news for you, I guess. Knowing my son, I am sure he has already taken care of them. Now, I want to look Fury in the eye and ask him why he did this. Howard tapped his nanite watch. Thousands of nanites poured out, forming a combat suit over his body in an instant. I've wasted one lifetime ignoring my family. Not anymore. If this is war, then I fight for my family. Tony gave a single nod. Yelena's voice cut in from the side, sharp and direct. Widows are in position. Mechs are locked. Drones are hovering. We can open a path or hold this floor. Your call. Now. We won't attack unless they attack, but let's live stream this entire situation. Let the world see the truth, Tony said as he suited up. He then turned toward the team. If things get bad, don't hide. You know what I mean. Time to establish the Ultimates protocol, starting now. Tony's eyes were on his HUD. Elena, time to start the live stream. I want the world to see the truth. Affirmative. It took less than a minute. Elena's voice came through Tony's comm. All global media feeds are under control. TV, radio, digital, everything. Live stream is active. We're broadcasting now. Good, Tony said. He looked at Talos and controlled the suit. The nanites that wrapped around Talos responded instantly. The green-skinned Skrull, still locked in the blackened armor, was forced to stand. His limbs jerked into position like a puppet on invisible strings. He struggled, but the commands were precise. Let's take a walk, shall we? Talos walked stiffly ahead of them as the doors opened. The air outside hit them like a wave. Hot. Dry. Tense. Sirens were blaring in the distance. Dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. hovercrafts and gunships circled above. The landing pads were packed. Streets around the base were sealed. There were even jammers around the area, but they were too primitive compared to Tony's tech. Hundreds of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in advanced combat suits stood in formation. Their weapons glowed faintly with alien tech signatures. Black rifles with green energy pulses. Armored helmets with HUD visors. Some wore heavy suits, full-on exo-armors. Tony scanned the entire crowd with a glance. Scan completed, Hermes whispered in his ear. 20 Skrulls. Rest, humans. The nanites around the Ultimates shimmered, reading every detail, adapting. Sue's suit thickened its external plating. Johnny's suit adjusted his core temperature and insulated his arms. Ben's shifted into a hybrid mode, ready for either form. Tony's own armor sharpened, plating interlocked tighter, and disruptors armed across his forearms and back. Howard stood beside him, scanning just as fast. It would seem Fury hid way more than I imagined. Talos marched ahead, silent and locked in black armor. His face still exposed, every twitch and expression streamed live to the world. Tony stopped in the open area, then he began. This is for the people watching around the world. The shield line tensed. Tony raised his hand and gestured to the captive Skrull. This creature came here disguised as someone trusted. As Nick Fury. Probably to assassinate me. They are called Skrulls, a shape-shifting race from another planet. Oh, he ain't the only one. Tony activated the disruptors around the place. The Skrulls among the SHIELD agents came to their real form. As you can see, they can take any form and can even access our memories. Imagine the person you've known your whole life could be an alien posing as your loved ones after killing or just replacing them. The Skrull agents began to stir. Tony went on, calm but with force behind every word. They've infiltrated our governments, our security agencies, our scientific institutions. They've replaced your friends, your co-workers, your leaders. And they've done it without a single vote. Without your consent. Now, I won't sugarcoat it, but I request everyone not to panic. I repeat, don't panic or start riots, killings, or things like that. It's what they want. Don't let them win. I trust you all to make the sane decision and to just stay put. Please. I, Tony Stark, promise you all that I'll get rid of these creatures from Earth. I won't let aliens invade my world. I won't let them hurt anyone. Tony opened his helmet, revealing his face. Now, to all the Skrulls out there, you have 24 hours to leave our planet, my planet. If you fail to do so, I'll vaporize you all. Every single Skrull will be annihilated. Sounds unbelievable, right? Like, how can he do that? There are too many of us, he'll never get us all. Well, if you really think so, stay and find out. The rest leave and survive. I don't care where you go. But your kind are not welcome on Earth. You messed with my family, for that, your entire race will pay. The agents moved, making a way for a black SUV. It stopped a few feet from Tony and the others. The door opened, and the real Nick Fury stepped out. Tony's scans showed that the person wearing the eye patch, with an expressionless face and a long black coat, wasn't carrying any weapons. Fury walked without any bodyguards and stopped before Tony. That was a nice speech, Mr. Stark. I don't know how you are going to vaporize all Skrulls from Earth, but that sounds like genocide to me, Fury said. And? Tony looked into Fury's eye with confidence and a hint of arrogance. I have to stop you. This speech of yours just now. You have any idea how much damage it can cause? Riots, killing, chaos. You just unleashed a wave of destruction, Fury replied coldly. Hermes' voice chimed into Tony's ears. Boss, the weapons are in place. The production process was faster than I calculated. Right now, Hermes explained as the controls appeared on Tony's HUD. You can vaporize every single Skrull with a single order. The live stream was still on. For once, the people listened. What a surprise. I trust them. They won't start mindless killings. Now, enough chit-chat. Take your little band and leave me alone. This isn't a warning. This is an ultimatum, Tony said, and his helmet formed again. A yellow blur slammed right between Tony and Fury. A blonde woman, glowing yellow. Tony raised his arms. Don't say I didn't warn you. The air crackled with raw energy as Tony raised both arms, his palms glowing brightly. Twin repulsor blasts shot forward toward the glowing blonde figure hovering between him and Fury. The force of the attack roared like twin jet engines, illuminating the area with a flare of white-hot plasma. Damn! That's definitely Carol. Well, time to see if I can awaken my power in this battle. What a perfect opportunity, Tony thought. Carol Danvers didn't flinch. She raised one arm. The beams hit her dead center and dispersed like light striking a mountain. There was no movement, no stagger. She stared at Tony through the blaze, her eyes glowing with the same golden heat. Then she moved fast. In a split-second blur, she closed the gap and punched Tony square in the chest. Boom! The shockwave cracked the air. The world slowed. Tony's body rocketed upward, crashing through the upper atmosphere like a comet. His suit auto-compensated, kinetic dampeners roaring. The chest plate flared red as the impact distributed through the adamantium weave. Impact damage, 10%. Armor integrity, 90%. Vitals, green. Altitude, 12,000 feet and rising. Holy hell, she hits like a planet, Tony muttered. He corrected in mid-air, twisting into a spiral before stabilizing. The endosim armor adapted instantly, nanites reshaping around the damaged plates. The auto-repair activated. He hovered high into the sky, blue energy crackling off his gauntlets. Okay, he muttered. That tickled. He opened comms. Everyone, stand down. I've got this. Below, Sue and Johnny hesitated. Ben cracked his knuckles, but none moved. Yelena's drones remained cloaked and ready, but on hold. Carol rocketed up to meet him, a golden trail burning behind her like a comet. Tony spoke through the comms, not to her, but for the record. Carol Danvers. Aka Captain Marvel. Ex-Air Force, Kree-infused hybrid. Energy absorption, flight, and strength levels that make Hulk look nervous. And I don't like her right now. She punched toward him, glowing fist raised. Tony dodged right, boosters screaming as he fired a blast from his hip launcher. Mini explosives surrounded her, detonating in synchronized bursts, disorienting her for just a second. Long enough. Tony fired a graviton net from his left gauntlet, which he created using the Tesseract's energy when he was extracting it. This net compresses space around the target with immense force. The black energy lattice wrapped around Carol. It pulled hard, bending light and gravity in a small radius. She grunted, resisting. Then snapped the net apart with a flex of her shoulders. The gravitational wave cracked outward, distorting the air. Tony dropped altitude fast, diving under her next punch and landing a repulsor-powered uppercut into her ribs. The hit connected, sending her back, but not far. She twisted in midair and hit him with a full-body slam, knocking them both through the upper airspace above Midtown. Buildings blurred below them. Wind howled. Tony rotated and fired twin foot thrusters into her gut at point-blank range. Carol absorbed the blast. Her glow flared brighter. She grabbed his leg and hurled him toward a nearby building, but Tony activated maglock repulsion mid-throw, using the kinetic force to launch back at her with double speed. Activate, plasma blade. His right arm transformed into a glowing white blade. It was humming with Tesseract's energy. It grazed her shoulder, tearing her suit slightly and drawing golden blood. Well, energy, more than fluid. Carol's eyes narrowed. Nice toy, she said, voice calm. Still not enough. She lit up, energy surging. Her hair blew back in the solar wind she radiated. The sky around her shimmered. Warning, energy surge detected. Photonic overload in 3, 2. Tony switched tactics. He threw multiple drones that circled Carol, creating an oval barrier, trapping her inside. But it wasn't enough to stop her. She simply punched through it and threw a beam of cosmic energy at Tony. "Is that all you got?" Tony said as multiple nanites detached from his suit, forming 6 cannons around his back. As soon as the beam struck him, he simply absorbed it and pushed the energy into those 6 cannons. Energy, 1000%. Would you look at that? Tony fired the cannons, targeting Carol. She raised her hands, absorbing the blasts with ease. Her body glowed brighter, golden light flaring off her skin in waves. "You should know better than to throw energy at me," she called out, hovering within the light storm. But that was the point. Tony's eyes narrowed inside the helmet. A slight smirk played at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. But it wasn't just energy. Inside Carol's body, something began to change. The absorbed energy wasn't pure. Laced inside the photonic flood were microscale nanites powered by tesseract energy. The second they entered her body, they activated. They bypassed her immune defenses and latched onto her nervous system like ticks. Carol's expression faltered, and her glow stuttered. She twitched midair, her eyes flashing wildly. What did you do?" she gasped. The nanites sent pulses of tesseract-charged static directly into her neural lattice. Her flight wavered, her arms spasmed, and her glow dimmed. Tony didn't waste time. Locked. His HUD lit up brightly, showing the arc reactor's power level as he charged. Uni-beam. Max charge. The center of his chest opened like an iris. White-blue energy gathered and spun in a tight, violent core. The sky pulsed with building pressure. Even the clouds pulled toward him like a vacuum. Fire. The beam exploded from his chest in a straight column of raw power. It hit Carol directly, slamming her into the atmosphere like a meteor striking in reverse. Her body convulsed against the blast. The nanites within her magnified the effect, momentarily paralyzing her in place. She couldn't move, breathe, or blink. She was locked in a stasis-like suspension, frozen mid-flight, arms outstretched, eyes wide. Tony cut the beam, his system warning him of overheating. Smoke drifted from his armor. The coolant activated, doing its job of stabilizing the overheated parts. "Stay down," he said, his voice sharp through the comm. But then her body twitched again. Her hands clenched tightly. The light returned, growing stronger and brighter. Suddenly, everything around her exploded in a wave of raw, golden energy. Tony's HUD went white for a second. The Mind Stone was feeding him real-time information about the target through his unique technopathy power, which was displayed on his HUD. Warning: Cosmic Signature Spike. Energy Source, Binary Mode Engaged. Threat Level, Infinity. Arg! Carol's scream echoed across the skyline. Her entire body erupted with solar fire, burning white at the core and bleeding into red and gold at the edges. Her hair whipped like a living flame. The glow of a star burned inside her chest. She had taken her binary form. The nanites in her body simply vaporized due to the overwhelming energy. Tony flew back in the air, thrusters firing at full to keep distance. His suit instantly reshaped its outer shell, forming dual-layered heat-resistant plating. The nanite systems rushed to reinforce all energy barriers. "Okay." "She went nuclear," Tony muttered. "Cool. Great. Exactly what I wanted." It shattered on impact, scattering drones like sparks. Tony flipped in the air, stabilized, and stared up at her as she hovered above. Her voice rumbled with power. You put something inside me. You don't get to do that, Stark. Tony spat blood into his helmet and smirked. First time someone said that and didn't like it. She charged again, burning brightly with raw cosmic energy. Tony raised both arms, eyes glowing gold with the Mind Stone's light. Yup. She's angry. Her fists glowed white-hot with compressed stellar energy. One punch hit Tony square in the jaw. The next slammed into his ribs. Then another. And another. Each strike was a blur. It looked like an afterimage tearing through air and armor alike. Tony didn't have time to block. His shield failed under the rampage. His HUD flashed red. Integrity, 64%. 53%. 41%. Each hit felt like a building falling on him. The force rattled through his bones even with the kinetic dampeners at full. Alarms screamed in his ears. Blood rose in his throat. Then, one final blow to the chest. Boom. The shockwave cracked the sky. Tony spiraled down like a meteor. A sonic boom tore across the skyline as he plummeted, carving a fiery trail. The suit strained to compensate, nanites desperately rebuilding critical systems mid-fall. Impact trajectory, fatal. Tony growled, coughing blood into his helmet. Override. Overdrive mode. The system hesitated. Warning. Overdrive is unstable in the current condition. Proceed? Yes. The armor hissed. Nanites flushed with dark red light, changing the silver armor into pitch black with red linings. The Mind Stone's energy surged through Tony's nervous system. Every limiter broke. Every safety protocol snapped. His body jerked as power flooded through him. Despite the damage and injuries, he was able to maintain his focus and block the pain for the moment. He slowed, then reversed. He stopped midair just before hitting the ground. The street cracked beneath him from the pressure of his repulsors. Dust exploded outward. His armor pulsed with raw, unstable energy. Glowing red cracks laced through the chest plate and arms. Light streamed from his joints. Carol descended like a goddess of war, eyes blazing. Tony raised both arms and fired. The twin beams of Tesseract-enhanced repulsors met her flight path. Carol roared and blasted through them like they were foam. She rammed into him at full speed, driving him into the ground. The street collapsed. Pavement exploded in a ring of dust and fire. Armor integrity, 9%. Vitals, yellow. Internal bleeding, detected. Tony grunted and slammed both fists into her sides, discharging a concentrated plasma burst point blank. It made her flinch, but not fall. Just give up. She slammed her fist into his helmet. The HUD shattered. Glass cracked. Sparks erupted. His vision blurred. The helmet folded back automatically, revealing Tony's bruised face underneath. Blood trickled from his nose. One eye was swelling. Carol hovered just above him, fists glowing brighter. You're done, Stark. She punched him to the ground, following it up with another one, creating a massive crater on the ground. His suit crumbled. The nanites dispersed and entered his body, repairing the damage and healing him fast. Carol grabbed Tony by his throat and pulled him up. It's over. Don't make this hard. You've lost. Accept your defeat and stop whatever plan you've cooked up. Tony spat out blood. Damn it. I can feel something, but gotta take one final gamble. Yelena and the others flew toward his location, weapons ready. Ha ha ha. He let out a hoarse laugh and looked dead into her eyes. Lost? H-A-A. Cough. Cough. He gasped for breath and coughed out more blood, and his vision went blurry. If he wanted, he could have called for his mechs and more armor and nanites to heal, but this was a gamble he must take to awaken his power. Here's the thing. Tony raised his right hand. You cannot stop my plan. Everything is in place. I gave them 24 hours, but you. Arg. HAA. Cough. You and Fury took that opportunity away from them. Sad. The nanites formed a remote in his hand. And for the records. He gave his usual arrogant grin. I never lose. Carol's eyes widened as his thumb went toward the button. Damn you. Stupid. She clenched her fist and ripped his arm out before punching a hole through Tony's chest. A blast of cosmic energy burst from his back, lighting up the sky brightly. Sue tried her best to create a shield around Tony's body, but she was too far away. Yelena and the other widows stopped in midair. Sue, Ben, Johnny, Howard, and the other SHIELD agents who followed them also stopped. There was a moment of silence. Carol pulled her fist out of Tony's chest, blood oozing from the hole, and then slowly lowered his body to the ground. Hermes. Yelena's voice trembled. I am sorry, Hermes replied. Yelena flew over and landed behind Carol. You fight for those who invaded our world, hurt my sisters, and tried to assassinate my family and my love. And now you killed him. Her suit was already in overdrive mode. The other widow's armor began to disappear as the nanites flew toward Yelena, upgrading her suit further. You chose them over humanity. For that, I'll kill you and I'll annihilate SHIELD. Her armor shifted into a new mode. It was still in the beta phase. Mode, Predator. Carol turned back toward Yelena and said, Don't throw your life away. I don't want to be responsible for any more blood today. Yelena disappeared from Carol's vision. She was so fast that even Carol couldn't detect her movement. Instead of attacking her, Yelena appeared before Fury. Her left arm transformed into a long, burning, red energy blade. Carol's eyes widened as she caught a glint of Yelena's armor. She pushed her power to its limits and flew toward Fury. She caught on to Yelena, but Johnny flew over, throwing a barrage of fire blasts at Carol. Not on my watch, he yelled as flames covered his body. Sue raised multiple shields around Carol to stop her, but they were useless against her binary form. A burst of cosmic energy was enough to shatter everything and catch Yelena's leg before the blade could reach Fury. Carol slammed Yelena to the ground. Ben morphed into his rocky form and rushed toward Carol. Sue trapped Fury in her force field to prevent him from escaping. Johnny aimed his fists at Carol as a beam of pure plasma shot out. The second round has begun. The blast crater where Tony's body fell still glowed faintly. Smoke rose from the molten ground as the chaos spread beyond the city's edge. Trees trembled. Roads cracked. And in the distance, civilians stood frozen, watching the battle unfold live on every screen. Yelena launched from the ground like a rocket, red trails burning behind her as her upgraded Predator mode kicked to full thrust. Her armor pulsed with raw energy. She twisted in midair and unleashed a wide arc of crimson plasma toward Carol. Carol blocked with one arm. The plasma hit her like a blade of heat and carved a burn across her gauntlet. She gritted her teeth and fired back, sending a pulse wave of cosmic energy across the field. It cracked the soil like a sonic boom, sending trees flying. Yelena dropped low, skimming the ground. She flickered forward and disappeared again. Above, Johnny hovered, his body blazing in orange flame. It was somewhat unstable, but he was learning on the go. His suit was holding on, maintaining his power from going out of control. His hands flared as he aimed 2 fingers downward. Let's see how you handle this. He dove straight at Carol. A vortex of fire trailed him as he twisted and spun. He fired 2 concentrated plasma blasts as he descended. Carol deflected the first, but the second clipped her shoulder and sent a shockwave up her side. Ben roared as he charged in. His body shimmered purple beneath his rocky hide, pushing his weight into a double-fisted punch. Carol turned just in time and crossed her arms. The hit still knocked her back 30 feet, smashing her into the remains of a bus. Ben didn't stop. He slammed into her again, faster than before, purple energy now leaking between the cracks in his arms. His form fluctuated for a moment. His rocky shell pulsed, then split as he transformed mid-combat into his enhanced human form with a purple glow. Lighter. Faster. He twisted, jumped, and slammed a knee into Carol's side. Then pivoted mid-air and hit her with an elbow across the jaw. She dropped low and rolled away, stunned for a moment. That's when the others felt it. A cold pressure pushed against the field. 2 shapes tore through the sky above like falling meteors. They hit the ground hard enough to split the earth. Dust billowed. Lights flickered across the battlefield. 2 super Skrulls emerged. One was massive and scaled, arms too long for his frame, skin dark green and armored like reptile hide. His fists crackled with electricity and raw kinetic energy. The other was leaner, with flickering hands that phased in and out of view and eyes glowing orange. His suit carried the shield insignia. They moved too fast. Ben turned and charged the bigger one. The creature met him head-on. Their fists collided in a thunderclap that knocked dirt into the air like a bomb had gone off. Ben grunted as the Super Skrull twisted and slammed him with a sweeping leg, knocking him backward. The second Super Skrull appeared beside him. He vibrated mid-punch, phasing through Ben's block and catching him in the ribs with a burst of kinetic force. Ben flew back across the field, gritting his teeth. "I got him!" Johnny yelled. He spun and threw a line of flame at the leaner Skrull. It passed right through, missing completely. The Skrull vanished for a moment and reappeared behind him, slamming a foot into his back. Johnny twisted in midair and caught himself with a flaming burst. "You slippery bastard," he muttered. Sue stepped into the fight. Her shield snapped into view as Carol rose again, now glowing with full binary intensity. Carol's body pulsed like a second sun. Sue narrowed her eyes and raised her arms. She was trying to hold back, but they were making it difficult for her. A dome of blue force shimmered into existence, massive and layered. Carol hurled herself forward, punching into the dome. It cracked once. Twice. On the third hit, Sue clenched her teeth and shifted the shield shape. The force wrapped around Carol like a net and twisted inward. Carol screamed and exploded outward in a wave of energy. The dome shattered. Sue flew back but caught herself, generating 4 more shields in a spiral formation. She rolled with the energy, absorbing the blast, then redirected it like a slingshot. The kinetic return struck Carol in the back, throwing her off balance. Her shields shimmered again, evolving mid-battle. She raised both hands and sent a pulse of compacted force that hit like a railgun. The blast took Carol off her feet. Yelena was already there. She appeared behind the falling Captain Marvel and drove a plasma dagger into her back. The energy surged across Carol's spine. She screamed, twisted, and punched wildly. Yelena dropped low and slammed a knee into her ribs. Carol collapsed to one knee. She looked up. Her vision blurred. Her power flared. Regeneration kicked in, healing her body. "You think you're heroes?" she growled. "You're fighting to start a war." "No," Yelena replied, her voice ice. "We're ending one." Ben slammed into the ground beside the larger Super Skrull again, cracking the pavement. He took a deep breath and shifted fully into his enhanced form. The glow pulsed brighter than before. He twisted around the bigger scroll, punched once, then twice, and brought a knee into his gut. The scroll stumbled. Johnny dropped low and scorched the second super scroll with a twisting arc of fire, blinding him. Then, he slammed both fists down, creating a ring of flame around the enemy. "Yelena," he called. "Now!" Yelena blinked in with her plasma blade, chopping the scrolls like a piece of tofu before annihilating their existence with a massive repulsor beam. Carol looked toward Fury. He stood near the perimeter, untouched by the chaos, his face unreadable. Then he gave her a single nod. "End it." Carol's eyes dimmed for a second. She didn't want the end. Not like this. But she still believed that complete Skrull genocide wasn't the answer. Coexistence was the path. She had to stop Stark's army before they crossed the line. She took one long breath. Then she took off. In less than a second, she was on top of Sue. The air cracked. Sue barely had time to bring up a shield. Carol punched through it and drove her into the ground. The shockwave ruptured a city block. Sue's force fields faltered, her body rolled to a stop, unconscious. Ben turned, saw Sue fall, and charged in full fury. He didn't make it far. Carol met him mid-stride. Her foot hit his jaw, sending him flipping backwards. She followed up with a hammer punch to the chest that drove him into a crater. The ground around him shattered. Ben's body pulsed once, then went still. Johnny screamed in rage. "Sue! Ben!" His flame intensified more than before as he flew toward her like a living meteor. He spun and fired twin plasma beams from his hands. She dodged the first and absorbed the second. Then she caught him in midair by his throat and hurled him across the sky. Johnny twisted, caught himself, and came back fast. He swung a burning fist into her ribs. She flinched, barely. He hit her again and again, fire trailing from every limb. "I will never forgive you for what you have done," he yelled while punching her. Carol caught his arm. "Enough." Then kneed him in the gut, spun, and backhanded him across the face. He dropped like a comet, skidding across concrete. His body smoked, but he was breathing. She turned toward Yelena. Yelena stood alone, her predator armor burning red hot, twin blades drawn. Carol hovered in place, looking at her. Her breath was steady, her fists clenched. "I don't want to fight you." Yelena didn't answer. She flew forward. "Stand down," Carol said again. "Please." "After I learned what freedom is, I felt lost. He taught me what emotions are. I found love. I found a reason to live. A reason to fight again. But you," Yelena said in a shaky voice as she aimed her right blade at Carol. "You took that away from me. Genocide isn't an option. He wanted to kill thousands of Skrulls when we could have lived in coexistence," Carol said. "I couldn't let that happen. Not every Skrull is a criminal. There are children among them. Innocent kids who have nothing to do with this war. He gave them 24 hours to leave our planet." Yelena blinked and swung her blade. Carol dodged it with ease. She threw a uni-beam from her chest at point-blank range. Carol raised her cosmic energy, forming a shield before her. The energy hit her, sending her flying a few feet away. A streak of black and red tore across the sky. Natasha entered the battlefield, followed by Melina, both wearing upgraded Widow combat suits. Behind them, 4 Omega-level mechs flew, their joints glowing blue, plasma cannons primed. Natasha's face was stone as she stopped before Carol. She raised her fist. The nanites shifted, forming a blue pulse cannon. You murdered Tony, she said, her voice low. Carol tensed. I won't let him or anyone commit a genocide. He was defending us. Natasha snapped. And for the record, where were you when they attacked us? Where were you and your shield when they infiltrated our society and prevented us from progressing further? Where were you when they continued to kill everyone who tried to do space missions? They killed everyone who tried to make progress in the technology field. Now that Tony found out and tried to end this invasion, you and your little band joined in defending these aliens. It's clear that you and S.H.I.E.L.D. are working for them. You bastards are a threat to humanity. Her pulse cannon glowed brightly. Even though Tony is no longer with us, our goal remains the same. We, the Shadow Legion, will annihilate anyone who threatens our world.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.